right. Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission July 7th, 2021. Let's start with the roll call.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call, and I'll start with Chair Grumbine.
Here.
Vice Chair House.
Here.
Commissioner Dorden.
I'm here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Present.
Commissioner Manuel is absent, and Commissioner Uli.
Present.
All right, thank you. We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. All right, so let's go to our first item, general business, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for discussion.
Mr. Chair, if you
All
are
right, do we have?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
go ahead.
Attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment about items not on today's agenda, then now's your opportunity. Please click the hand icon as shown on screen. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence for general public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We did receive general written correspondence from Richard Clausen, which was distributed to the commission before this meeting. Back to you.
All right,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do see several attendees in the audience, but I don't see anyone wishing to speak at this time with a hand raised. So, Mr. Chair and Commission, back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's go on to item B, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of June 23rd, 2021.
I move approval of the minutes.
Second.
Motion by Uli, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion, any edits?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner. Oh my gosh, sorry.
That guy, that guy over there.
Sorry, my brain's frozen. So, yes, sorry, Commissioner Drury.
I'm trying to look at where it says attendance. It says I was absent 1:58 to 2:13. I don't recall that. But maybe
you were absent.
I'm sorry?
That's why you don't recall.
Why was
you were
that?
absent.
No, I was out shopping. I don't know why it would. I noticed that this has been changed since the minutes that were posted.
It might have been that. It may have been that there was a communication not being able to hear or whatever. I think that there was a.
Yeah, I was muted by the organizer. It took me a while to get back on, so I was here. I would never be absent.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, duly noted. Vice Chair House.
Thank you.
I am kind of recalling that there was a situation where there was a roll call vote and Mr. Drury was not heard from. It might have been that.
Exactly right. Yes.
Yeah, so I think technically it's called absent, even though you were here and you were screaming, but no one could hear you scream. So
well, I could be here and be absent. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let me ask staff. To staff, what's the proper procedure for this? Where he's there and listening, but he's not. We're not able to hear him, or for whatever reason. Is it proper to have him marked absent or not?
In this
Or
case,
abstaining?
yes, I think well, it is tricky because he was present at the meeting, but we can kind of chalk it up to a technical issue, it sounds like. I think that from a staff perspective, it would probably be supportable to just strike that absent note from the attendance portion.
What you could do is you could say non-responsive. Of course, that could either be when he was there or not there.
I'm often that way, Commissioner Lundvik.
I know.
All right.
How
Well,
about toast?
for the sake of moving on with it, let's do what Mr. Hamilton suggested, and just so that we have it there.
That's
Sound
fine.
good?
Yeah,
Yes.
staff can go further and clarify.
Ms. Unsueta, did you have anything to
Yes, please.
add?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to add that we could go back and review the tape or the video to see if there was a roll call for that approximate time, and Commissioner Drury was marked absent. I think we should keep it. And we can also check in with the city attorney's office with respect to the proper way to
Okay, sounds good.
I
All right.
suppose it could be noted at the item that he was absent in and not in the entire meeting, right?
that could be the case, and we'll check.
All right. Thank you. So I think we can just go with that to be adjusted per council's recommendations. So, okay. Any other edits, Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes, you can hear me?
Mhm.
Yep.
On page 4, under item 3, on the motion regarding the trellis structure on the garage. Under the motion in item 3, I think additional information should be added. Item 3 reads, the commission generally recommends turning the structure into a trellis, similar in type to the metal trellis at Cottage Hospital. The commission understands there are budget limitations, but the structure shall look like a rectangular beam section and look like traditional trellis as much as possible, despite being metal and painted. I would like to add, ends of all structural steel beams, both main beams and trellis beams, should be capped so the steel shape is not apparent. I believe that was discussed, and I believe that was mentioned a number of times.
That's exactly right.
In the describing of it, yeah, I think that's a good summary of where we were pointing them to.
So what I've added, Madam Secretary, ends of all structural steel beams, both main beams and trellis beams, should be capped so steel shape is not apparent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good, clear way. Thank you, Commissioner Lundvik, of describing what we were trying to say, or what we were saying. All right, any other edits? All right, in that case, let's have a roll call vote for what we have. Oh, actually, sorry, the maker of the motion and the seconder agree with those edits?
Yes, I do.
Aye.
All right, in that case, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Great. So we are on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of July 7th, 2021.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
And I'll
All
second
right,
it.
motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House, and to Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item A on today's consent agenda was 2190 Alston Road, and the motion was for final approval as submitted. And then item B, the final item for 700 State, the motion was for final approval as submitted. And the two reviewers were Commissioners Mahan and Edmonds today.
All right, great, thank you. Mr. Hamilton. Okay, so to the commission, any discussion or questions about the consent calendar or comments? All right, then let's go to a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. Commissioner Edmonds.
I'm going to need to leave by 5 o'clock today.
All right, well, I'm sure we'll be done by then.
I hope so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner
I
Drury.
need to leave by 5:50 to get the fire going and start roasting the weenies.
All right, sounds good. They're already cooked though, so you can be 5:55.
Yeah, we like to char them, you know.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other announcements? Request for applicants, withdrawals, future agenda items. I did have a future agenda items question, and maybe to staff, and maybe we can get back to it next time about it. But I would like to bring up the question of because of all the discussion and of the events of State Street and the closing and where everything's going with the advisory board and everything else, I would like to see if it's the right thing to do now the right time is, or whether it's a couple months out or what. But I think there does need to be a discussion about what the interim will need to look like for State Street in this before the master plan of whatever ends up happening, which will probably be years down the road, which definitely will be years down the road because the advisory group is not even going to start meeting for another whatever couple months. So what actually happens is years away, but what happens in between, I think will probably want to be discussed. And I think the Historic Landmarks Commission is obviously a key part of that. And considering we regularly review things like construction fencing and other things that are much more temporary and much more less effective of how everything looks and feels, I figured it's probably a good idea to start having a conversation earlier as opposed to later as to what the process will be. So maybe it won't be next time or the time after, but if at some point in the near future we can get an agenda item for discussing the interim of State Street, and it might not be till the post emergency ordinance is lifted or whatever, but some sort of thinking of what happens between then and the long-term plan of State Street. So anyway, so yeah, I want. Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Mr. Chair, I would really welcome that. I feel like myself personally, and the commission has been really out of the loop of anything going on State Street. The city council deliberations and all, I feel we've really been sort of sidelined.
Yeah, and it's on one hand, it's understandable because they're using emergency ordinance powers to do those things. But I think thinking forward, it makes a lot of sense for us to start having the conversation early rather than later. So, especially once emergency ordinance runs out and there's still things around. So,
Yeah, I support that very much.
okay. Any other thoughts on having that discussion? Obviously, it's not about the discussion itself, but any other thoughts about the desire to have the discussion at HLC?
Mr. Chair, I would endorse that idea.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Hamilton.
I've noted that request, and I can discuss it with staff, and then we will let you know a future agenda date.
Yeah, and obviously it's not like an emergency thing, or it's not like an immediate thing, but just to start to have the discussion and kind of see a game plan for how that'll be approached.
Certainly.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I did have one additional announcement.
Oh yes, and then I saw you too, Commissioner Lundvik, though after the additional announcement.
Just to note that the architectural historian Nicole Hernandez is out this week. She'll be back for the next meeting, though.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. maybe a year or two ago, I asked staff at that time to look into what had transpired on the little paseo in the 0 block of West Figueroa Street that allowed a transformer, electrical transformer, to be set dead plumb in the middle of that paseo. Recalling at the time that that paseo had come before landmarks for discussion about future improvements, including electrical. I discussed that with the staff, Ms. Plummer at the time, and subsequently she told me that Public Works was working on it. But it's been a long time, and that paseo has been more or less severely compromised by the removal of the trellis structure, the planting of a large transformer dead in the middle of the paseo, and no landscaping or other landscape or architectural improvements that would make that paseo comfortable. So I would again request that staff bring before us what has happened and what the intent is to maybe satisfy our commission as to how that paseo can be made livable and appreciated. So it's a 0 block of West Figueroa Street on the south side paseo. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, can you look into that and get back to us?
Yes, and just briefly, I don't want to go far into it to avoid making it an agenda item, but just briefly, I will note that there has been an application submitted to permit improvements in that paseo. That is underway. The project has not yet come before HLC, though they're still in the review process.
Okay.
I can follow up with additional details if you like.
Yes,
Thank you. I would appreciate that. But what's happened is it's going to be an approval after the fact. I mean, the transformer is there. And so we need to see some creative efforts made to make that paseo the city's again.
Yeah, so, no, thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Lendick, and thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for looking into that further. Okay, any other announcements, et cetera? All right. In that case, we are on to subcommittee reports. Any subcommittees meet or have anything to report? Okay, hearing none. Oh, I would say announcements-wise, to jump back one, but just so everyone knows, the last of the 5 versions of Santa Barbara Yesterday, Today, Tomorrow, with which Commissioner Jordan was on, as a panel discussion, did happen, what was it, a week or two ago, right after, 2 weeks ago, or just under 2 weeks ago. And I think it's up on the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation's website now. So that can be referenced for anyone who wants to watch any of the previous of the 5. So, and for the future as well, I'm sure it'll be part of the discussion. So,
Mr.
okay.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I do have something. I spoke with or emailed back and forth Nina Johnson of city staff, and I suggested that if they're going to do a sort of a broad presentation of the underpass on State Street, that they need to come and inform us and make an agenda item. And she agrees. So that'll be on the list sometime in the next, I expect, next 2 or 3 meetings.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you, Commissioner Drury. Thank you for that report. Vice Chair Howe.
It just occurred to me I could report that the Plaza de la Guerra committee met last Friday and reviewed changes to the design, but it's unclear what the next step is because Public Works is working on the traffic study and et cetera, et cetera. So it's not a definite if it'll return to HLC next or go back to the subcommittee next and what the timing will be, but we did have a meeting.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Howe. All right, any other announcements, subcommittee reports, anything like that? Otherwise, we'll move on to our regular agenda, which is full. All right, so let's go on to item 1 of our agenda. Before we start, we'll also ask, and I'll try to be cognizant of our timing on this. It's a very full agenda, so we're going to try to march along as efficiently as possible. And so I apologize in advance if I cut you off or things like that, but we do have a very full agenda, and we are also losing 2 commissioners at 5 and 5:50. So I want to keep it marching. So with that, we are now officially 1 minute late. So let's go on to item 1330 Seacliff, the archaeology report. This is a proposal to demolish the existing 1-story single-family residence and construct a new 5,200 square foot 2-story single-family residence within the existing development and structural envelope. Project requires Planning Commission review of proposed amendments to Planning Commission Resolution 011-97 to allow a 2-story residence to be constructed. The parcel is located within both the appealable and non-appealable jurisdiction of the city's coastal zone. However, all work is proposed within the non-appealable jurisdiction. The 80,000 square foot lot is located on the Hillside Design District with an average slope of 67%. The proposal total of 5,200 square feet of development is 97% of the guideline maximum floor to lot area ratio, FAR, and they're requesting acceptance of a phase 1 archaeological resources report prepared by DUDEC. All right, so with that, do we have staff? Do we have any comments? And do we also have the applicant or representative?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the representative who prepared the archaeology report is not present today. However, the report was reviewed by Dr. Glassow, and Dr. Glassow agrees with the report's conclusions and recommendations.
All right. Great. Okay, so in that case, we can go to public comment on it. There's no presentation of it. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll be called upon and have 2 minutes to discuss the archaeology report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar, please follow the instructions on screen to give verbal public comment. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnovskaya, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and Commissioners. We have not received written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no hands raised, I think we can turn it back over to you for questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission, I guess we don't have anyone to question. So any discussion of the report?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan?
I have a question. The architecture will be reviewed by the Single Family Design Board. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or discussion?
Report is submitted.
All right, motion by Vice Chair Howe.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Uli. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes?
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are on to, we caught up the minute. All right, we're on to item
Trying to keep
2.
you on track here.
That's right, keep the charge going. Okay, item 2, 630 Chapala Street. New item, this is concept review. So a proposal for a mixed-use project on a site previously used as an auto dealership. The project includes demolition of the existing structures with the exception of one building to be repurposed and construction of a new attached 3- and 4-story mixed-use complex. The complex would include 5,000 square feet of commercial space and 32,000 square feet of residential space, consisting of 39 average unit size density AUD incentive program rental units. The proposed density on the 27,000 square foot site is 76 dwelling units per acre with a floor area ratio of 1.57. A voluntary lot merger between these parcel numbers is proposed, as well as an ingress-egress easement with one of them. In order to effectuate the proposed easement, the demolition of 1,100 square foot storage building on the parcel is also requested. The existing sandstone wall separating the parcels would be reconstructed as a privacy wall along the south property line. The city's architectural historian prepared a memo evaluating the proposed alterations to the sandstone wall and is available to view online at SantaBarbara.gov. The project requires a community benefit height exception by the Planning Commission to allow the project to exceed 45 feet in height, 52 feet, 11 inches proposed, and an open yard modification to allow open yard area that did not conform to the ordinance standards. This is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis criteria. All memos and staff reports can be viewed online. All right, and so with that, Mr. Hamilton, did you have any notes for us?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The case planner for the project, I think, will be attending the meeting shortly. But I just wanted to let you know at the start here what your kind of role is today. As the agenda says, the project is only here for comments at this time. And however, it will be going to Planning Commission as its next step, unless it is continued today back to the HLC. So if you move to continue the project to PC, then you'll need to make the project compatibility analysis criteria findings, and also comment on the appropriateness of the height exception and the open yard mod. And if you have any questions about that process, let me know and I will try to answer them. With that, I think we can turn it over to Mr. Meany.
Great.
All right.
Can you hear me
Thank
okay?
you. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Brief history of the parcel and the team involved in this. So this is a family project. My grandfather founded the Volkswagen dealership in the 50s on this property, Arnold Van Wyck, so Van Wyck's Volkswagen. Then his son took over the business and operated it until about 1990. Then when Volkswagen left town a few years ago, basically the grandkids have been together to figure out what do we do with this legacy property that my grandfather's left us. So on our team, I'm an architect. My sister's a land use consultant. I've got two brothers that are in commercial real estate and development. I got cousins that are financial experts and accountants. So we definitely have the horsepower to get this thing done. So moving forward, this is a family project and we're all excited to be the custodians of this exciting venture. So if I can go to the survey, I can kind of walk you through our existing condition. So just to reference you here, so to the very, very right of the sheet, there's that dotted line. That's the outline of the Fithian building. Ortega Street goes across the top of the property. Opposite Ortega to the north is the Macy's Fortress. And then Chapala Street is to the left. So we have the Fithian building, which is a beautiful two-story structure, an alleyway. Then we have the Wildcat structure. And then we have that beautiful Mission Revival building. And there's a vacant area behind it that historically has been used for car storage as part of the dealership. And then there's an 11-foot wide alley to access that storage area, but it's not wide enough to meet city parking standards. And so part of our project is to do a shared easement to allow for enough width to get into that back area of the property. And then we have that dotted section towards the bottom, which is the existing service bays, which is an amazing space that we're going to keep and rehab to 3 live-work studios. And then the L-shaped building is coming down, which historically has been offices and display area. So when I was kind of laying this thing out, the thing I really like about this side of the street as opposed to the other side of the street is the scale and the rhythm of the buildings. We've got a variety of form, architectural style. They're interrupted by these paseos, and it's a real pedestrian-friendly street profile. And so I wanted to take that same concept and carry it down to the street corner, and really make this a side of the street that is attractive to the pedestrian and is a much more livable scale as opposed to the building across the street. So if you flip down into our site plan. Okay, so the hatch section to the right is the Wildcat Building and the Mission Revival Building. And then there's the alleyway and the property line, which is where that existing stone wall is being removed and repurposed basically along the south side of the property facing the Sonos parking lot. So with that widened alleyway, it creates a nice separation between the buildings, which I think continues the rhythm of those building forms along the street. And then it provides us the possibility of utilizing the area behind the Wildcat Building for parking, but that parking, other than the commercial requirement, isn't part of our application. So we're designing it so it really looks like it's 4 buildings of similar footprint of the Wildcat Building and the Mission Revival Building. So that it feels like it's just a real nice scale. We've created this deep, 10-foot deep arcade along the sidewalk to make it a pedestrian-friendly facade. And additionally, I hope some activity develops there that is a visual attraction for people coming down State Street and becomes a magnet towards the project. And then between the 4 buildings, we have these paseos that link to an interior courtyard. So we've got a paseo that connects off the potential parking lot into the center of the project, one that comes off Ortega Street into the center of the project, and then one off of Chapala that goes in the center of the project. And these are all nice scale, they're about 16 feet across. And I think how the buildings are defined in terms of massing and form will give a lot of natural light into the paseos into the courtyard, which I think will make those spaces even more livable. So basically the rough concept is we've got 3 commercial spaces that face onto the street and the arcade, and all the residential components either access into the central courtyards or open directly into the central courtyards. Across the south property line is the extension of that stone wall. And so we pulled back those units 10 feet from that wall. So each of those units gets a nice outdoor living space. And because of the orientation, and they've got tall ceilings because of the height requirements for the commercial space, those units will just be really amazing in terms of natural light throughout the day. So if you want to go to the next sheet, we'll kind of look at a rough floor plan. So maybe starting down to the lower right section, that's the repurposed concrete building, which is the service bays. So we're taking those 3 modules that exist. I mean, that building, first of all, it's got this amazing wood framed barrel vault with skylights, and it's a clear span that the room, and it's really a dramatic area. So our proposal is to take those into 3 modules of like a live work art studio, keeping or creating big openings across the end of the building, looking towards the mountains, an outdoor patio in each space, folding doors that go into the live work area, stairs that go up to a bedroom loft, and then keeping the skylights and the ceilings and the drama through those 3 workspaces. And then the north side of that building is going to be trash, bikes, and electrical room. So that building basically is being repurposed, so it'll look very different from the adjacent structures. And then the other 3 buildings, we can zoom out a bit, shows how the commercial relates to our arcade space along Ortega Street. We've pulled back a gate that separates the 2 buildings where there's a connecting bridge on the upper level that connects our circulation and our elevators through the 3 buildings. The open yard requirement is met if we put a gate across that area, because then all of this interior courtyard space is dedicated for private use by the apartments. Initially, we were hoping to keep all this open, all of the El Paseo, but for us to meet that open yard requirement, we have to put gates in these areas so that all that square footage is dedicated exclusively for the residential use. So we've got the 3 commercial spaces that face onto the street, the 5 units that face the south with the tall ceilings, the courtyard, which is really gonna be a dynamic space. I'm really excited about what you're gonna see when you look down these paseos, like from Ortega Street. You're gonna look into the depth of this courtyard. You can see this ascending decorative stair with an arcade behind it. There's some nice layering going on there. And from Chapala Street, you look underneath this bridge down this Paseo, and hopefully you'll see some mountain views beyond. So I think the views through the project is going to be really interesting, and the views through really break down the scale of these buildings so they don't feel like it's one large, massive project. Okay, you can flip. Now we just have our upper floors that mirror each other. You can continue on. That's great. Keep going. And then what I've done here on the most recent design, I've added a very small 4-story section over the corner building. And the reason I did that when I was developing the elevations, I really loved how dynamic the elevations were when you had a variety of building height and building forms. We had a 4-story section, then a 3-story section, a 2-story bridge. It was very dynamic in terms of the profile of the buildings. And I felt that this very small section here really emphasized the interest and the play of those building forms. Additionally, having the 4th story in this location doesn't minimize all those sun angle concerns that I have in terms of bringing natural light into the paseos, into the courtyard space. Okay, next one. Well, we also have a roof deck over the top looking out towards the ocean. These are just the color breakdowns for the city requirements. Keep going, please. Roof plan. Once again, I was just trying to get really simple roof forms. I mean, for me, the most elegant buildings in town are the ones with the simplest roof forms, and then let all the interest happen underneath that very simple cap, so to speak. So I'm trying to get really simple roof lines and then have all of the interest happen underneath those profiles. And once again, went with hip roofs rather than gables, just to improve the amount of direct sunlight into the courtyard space. This lower building that's U-shaped, there's a dotted section that's on the inside of the U. That's the walkway down below. But for example, we were considering covering that on the top floor, but by pulling it back, it just allows for a little more direct sunlight into that courtyard space. Okay, next one, please. Okay, here's our, start with the top of the Chapala building elevation and then the Ortega elevation, which are the 2 primary elevations. So basically the concept is separate buildings, but not to the point where it feels contrived. I don't want a yellow building and a pink building and a white building. I want the details to be very subtle in terms of what makes one building different from the other. Like maybe the eave detail is different from one, or the ironwork detail is different from one to the next. Like the building on the corner, I'm possibly showing some of those canvas drapes that you see on that beautiful detail in the courthouse, and maybe some other different details just to make that a little more refined. So I want the buildings to feel very different, but still very, very simple in their roof massing. If you go to the one down below it. And here shows the arcade that goes along Ortega Street. Like I say, that's 10 feet deep. Now, initially I was taking that arched form all the way down, but for me, it was too strong of a unifying element, and which I wasn't trying to get for on this project. So I just basically continued the rhythm of the space and linking the space physically, but the profile of the arches I changed, you know, like you would see in Bologna, where you've got these amazing arcades that connect these streets, but the profile of the arcades vary from building to building. So I wanted these forms to be connected spatially, but I didn't want them to be connected architecturally. And once again, this connecting bridge, it's open down below, it's enclosed up above, and then it's open air on the 3rd floor, primarily just to give us more variety of roof form. We go from 3-story to 2-story to 4-story to 3-story. That profile, I think, is very dynamic. Initially, when we just had a 3-story building without the 4-story component, once again, it started to be just a little too massive and monolithic for me. The building on the left is inspired by the Lobero building on Anacapa, but a smaller version. The one that's on the corner, I stole some details off of the Copycat building on Anacapa Street. I don't know if that's the historic name, but those are some of the inspirations. Okay, keep going down. So this is the one that is in the interior profile. We have to the left the service bay building with the openings that are getting enlarged. And there's going to be a corrugated metal building that's going to come down as part of our access to the rear parking lot. So we could, for example, use some of that reclaimed metal to create privacy walls into those garden spaces for those live work spaces. You see the Paseo connecting through out to Chapala Street, so you can look all the way through the project. And then you see the end elevation of the building on the right. So you can click down to the next one. Then this is the Sonos parking lot elevation, basically. Across the bottom, you see the repurposed sandstone wall that creates privacy for those back units. And then to the right is the end elevation of the existing service bay building. Okay, continue on, please. And here are computer models. So the top one is the Ortega Street elevation. Now here, this really illustrates the depth of the facade and these different components. So like I say, the 10-foot deep arcade that goes across Ortega Street. We have some nice deep balconies and some nice deep shadow lines on the Lobero inspired building. That bridge connects the buildings, is about 25 feet back. So it's really gonna feel like these buildings are standalone, very different. And then the deep arcade that connects through to the, towards the corner of Chapala Street. And then the bottom one is basically taking kitty corner, looking at the project, looking down Ortega Street to the left and Chapala Street to the right. One thing we've been playing with is, you know, what sort of homage do you want to give to, you know, my grandfather and his legacy? So on that corner building, if you go back one shot, we're playing with the idea of maybe doing like a little plaster icon up in the corner, saluting the fact his last name was Van Wykes and he had a Volkswagen dealership on the property for 50 years. So we were playing with the idea of doing a little emblem all of the Medicis or the Pazzi family you'd see in Florence. So we want to do something that kind of pays homage to my grandfather and his legacy on the property. Okay, continuing down. Now to the left, this has been modified somewhat. Initially, we were trying to get our sidewalk widened along the arcade because there's parking on the street in front of the Wildcat building, but not in front of our property. So I thought maybe we can cheat the sidewalk out about 5 feet and grab some additional space there. But city transportation has pushed back against that. So the rendering in the top left isn't accurately depicted because we don't have quite that much width that's shown in that rendering. And then the view up Chapala Street showing the sandstone wall to the right. And far right, you see the end wall of the existing service space. And then below that is the Chapala Street elevation. Once again, looking through that arch to the mountains beyond, I think would be a nice little postcard shot for the project. And then down below, one more. And here are the same things as the elevations with just shadow lines and rendering. We have plenty of opportunity to put solar panels on this project because of the orientation. I mean, one of the good things about this corner property and the way that we're creating these separate buildings is we're gonna get a lot of natural light into the units, a lot of ventilation through the units, and a lot of our units are gonna be corner units just because of how we've organized the site. So I think it's gonna be a very dynamic project in terms of it being very livable and creating some really nice downtown living conditions. And one more down. Sam, are you on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Sam's the plan.
But since Mr. Meany used up all your time, we don't need to talk about landscape.
Oh,
What's
I
that?
can be really fast.
I'm just kidding.
Sam's very
and to be fair, I didn't mention our 15-minute timer at the beginning.
So thank you. I just want to turn up my volume just a little bit, but thank you. It's great to be a part of this project with Tom in such an important corner. And as you know, we have two street fronts, Long Chapala with its beautiful king palm kind of arcade moving through the whole street. We have those king palms that we're preserving as street trees, but we also have a lot of those king palms on the actual property that you can see in the pictures on the left. We want to utilize those and store those and transplant those multi-trunk kings that are just quite amazingly handsome specimens into the courtyard that you see in the middle part of the open public space of this cluster of buildings. So the Chapala Street king palm is being brought into the property. We also have the parkway planters that we'll be enhancing, and the theme via the Chapala Street guidelines of their paving pattern, the 2x2 paver, sandstone colored concrete paver will be on that side. And then we'd like to use that and turn the corner into the Ortega side to make that continuity from both sides of the building onto the Ortega side. So we have a consistent sidewalk paving that moves through the Ortega arcade. And on Ortega Street with this corner, the dynamics of the corner is we have jacarandas throughout the Ortega Street corridor, and we're going to bring those through the front of the property. we have one existing in the corner parkway. And so we want to add, as Tom said, and I wasn't privy to the fact that we couldn't do this extra Paseo extended sidewalk, but the intent would be we create as much nice public walking space along the arcade as possible and enhanced with new street trees. And then the paving will be folded into a more traditional 12 by 12 tile as our main Paseo walkway. We'll do it in borders and patterns that will accentuate the courtyards and encourage participation from this breaking up of the sidewalk with the tiles to pull you into this project. We will also have sandstone inlay that'll be flush and walkable in the interior center court as an organizing element and a dramatic kind of focal alignment. We might have inlaid tile in that centerpiece as well. There will be a fountain, there will be vines going over these bridges. The fountain in the traditional balcony courtyard will be a handsome stone carved piece of some traditional making. You can see the images on the right where the open stair and the fountain will be exhibited as real dramatic personal pedestrian elements to celebrate the paseos that Tom mentioned. You know, there'll be benches, there'll be tiles on the steps that'll be organizing and colorful and dramatic. And I think overall, the pedestrian aspect of this project will be accentuated with these grand walkways or paseos, if you will, that interlink both the corner streets, the parking area and back. The south side, we have, as Tom mentioned, that stone, coursing stone, beautiful sandstone wall that will be utilized for privacy for those courtyards. And in those courtyards, we'll also have palm trees that kind of unify the south side and break up the elevation and add some depth and layering that'll match similar to the big palms all along Chapala Street. So it's kind of a walking paseo tie that links the corner, interlinking of dramatic kind of station passages, and I think all the traditional elements of the El Paseo and the La Arcada Court and some of the dramatic spaces that everybody's so familiar with, this will have that same feel throughout. So I think that expedited my presentation as much as I could.
Thanks,
No,
Sam.
that's great. All right, so does that finish your presentation, both of you?
Yes.
All right, great. Let's go to public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes. Click on the green arrow hand icon to speak and follow the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this project, please click the hand icon as shown on screen. And Ms. Ternovsky, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and commissioners, we have not received written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. I do see several members of the public in attendance, but I don't see any hands raised on the webinar currently. So, Mr. Chair and commissioners, back to you.
All right. All right, thank you. Okay, in that case, let's bring it back to the commission. And for questions. So commissioners, any questions about this? Commissioner Mayhem.
A couple of questions. If you go to, well, while we're on this particular Ortega Street elevation, I'm curious as to why the chimney is so tall.
It's purely aesthetic, and I think it does look a little bit tall.
Pardon me?
It's purely aesthetic, but I think you're right about that. The proportions look a little stretched.
Could it be shorter?
Shorter or fatter, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay, I won't get into comments.
Okay.
And can we go to the south elevation? The south elevation, a drawing, not the.
Maybe scroll down. Or up.
It's on the bottom right there, yeah.
Yeah, right. The structure in the middle there, with the parapets, and no tile roof, but just parapets.
Yeah,
It's-
that's the existing service bay building.
Is the top of that parapet, is that what you measured to 52 feet 11 inches?
Yes. And actually, it's less than that. Are you talking about to the right?
The ridge over on Chapala Street where we see a dimension there.
Oh, that's
that is lower than 52 feet 11 inches. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is that? Why is that middle section so tall? What's in there that makes it so tall?
That is the elevator and stairs that go to the roof deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, actually, I'm still confused a little bit. Could you zoom in on those dimensions? And I just want to make sure I'm understanding okay, so no, the other side of the dimension, sorry, that's the 41'7". That's to the top of the three story. So then, yeah, so looking at this, we see 41'10", that's to the 3-story portion. And then we see a 52'11". That is to what? What is that? Is that the ridge of the 4-story portion?
Yes.
Okay. And then the parapet that Commissioner Mann was bringing up, that doesn't have a dimension string to it.
That is tall.
Right?
Yeah, like I say, that's just the elevator and staircase going up to the roof deck.
So is that considered not, or maybe this is a question to staff, but is that considered not as sort of an architectural element that doesn't need the Planning Commission approval for exceeding the height limit? Or what's the scoop on that? This might be a staff and applicant question, as much as everyone knows.
Yeah, so Chair and Commissioner Combine, they're allowed the minimum required for building code for stair and elevator access. They cannot have area beyond that. So like, you can't have like a lobby or entrance area. They're allowed the minimum for building code for stairs and elevator access only as an architectural projection. Otherwise, the height limit of the building is the 52, where you see the edge or the top of the parapet for the roof deck itself. So
Okay,
the roof
got
deck, 4th floor is 52, and then the area above that is the elevator and stair
But it
component.
doesn't count for in terms of getting whatever variance, because it is just stair and elevator only.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Okay,
Mr.
great.
Chair?
Vice Chair House.
I see one question for you, and Mr. Meany, it's great to see you before our commission.
Thank you, Mr. House.
Is that roof deck area part of required area to meet your open yard area requirement?
Yes.
It is, okay. And what are your ceiling heights, about 10 feet or something?
Yeah, on the upper levels, they're 10 feet. And then down below our commercial floor, we have about 11 feet, I think it is, for commercial and the 1st floor residential.
Okay. And I did visit the site today and admired the stone wall, but it appears that the length of the stone wall, which extends all the way from the street to this face of the service bay building that's remaining, is about twice the length of what you're showing that you're reusing. And I'm wondering if you have plans for the rest of it, if it can be incorporated elsewhere in the building.
I would love to.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay, and as a question off of that question, you said what are your dimensions? Let's just go floor to floor for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And go floor to, for the 4th. Give me a plate maybe. But how does that break down?
You know, off the top of my head, I know we're 10 feet ceilings on the upper levels. You know,
On
downstairs.
all three upper levels are 10-foot
Yeah.
ceilings and
Yeah,
what, like
because
a
our
foot or
XD
14-inch structure?
Yeah, because our XD needs to connect all the way through, so they have to be the same floor level. So I know we have 10-foot ceilings on the upper two floors, 10 foot on the fourth floor section of those 3 additional units. And then I think we're 11 downstairs off the top of my head. I'm not quite sure. It's in that
Okay.
neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, page 10 of the PDF shows the ceiling heights.
Okay, great. Got it, perfect. So it's 14.8 floor to floor on the first, 11-foot floor after that, for floor to
Yeah,
floor
so
and the
maybe
top
that's
with the roof deck.
13-foot ceiling, I guess, downstairs.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, that was my question to that. Commissioner Lundvik, question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My question is about parking. Is the adjoining parking lot, which we never see in the plans, part of this project? I mean, are you providing parking for the residential?
No, we're just providing parking for the commercial. Their parking will be available for the residential if they want to rent the space. Additionally, we're across the street from the Macy's lot and we're blocked from lot 10, another city lot. So we're not providing any residential parking on site. We're just showing the floor space required for the commercial. And then whatever is available is up to my cousins really for the additional property.
So the parking for residential is not required because you're a PUD or whatever. Is that correct?
Right.
AUD. You're an AUD, so you don't require residential parking?
Right. On
So
site.
let's if staff could weigh in on that too, just to verify. So that's the correct interpretation of it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. So it's AUD in the downtown area in the central business district. Our current AUD ordinance has a no minimum parking requirement, 1 parking space maximum. But in other words, none required for residential. They still have to park commercial and bike parking.
I mean, that
Okay.
change in the ordinance
Thank
is
you.
allowing us to have these paseos in these courtyards. If we had to provide parking on site, then you've got a platform and all of that public space goes away, basically.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
good. I just
arguing.
want to make sure. it was clear as to what all the reasoning and all the rules are.
I'm not debating whether or not it's, you know, it's good or bad or indifferent. I'm sure if you've got siblings who are knowledgeable in development and banking, so on and so forth, they're going to be part of the decision as to whether or not this is a viable project long-term without parking.
Absolutely.
And you make that decision yourself because you're being exempted by way of the current ordinance.
Absolutely.
It may be a good or bad decision you make, but it's yours to make. Yes. Thank you.
Exactly.
All
I
right,
think the quality of the space
Commissioner
we're
Lund,
creating kind of offset that, but we'll see.
Commissioner
Mr.
Lundvik, any more questions? Okay, Commissioner Drury.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, so with the roof access and the elevator, what is the total height of the project? Does anybody know?
So I guess the question is from the 51 foot 10 or whatever it is, 52 foot 11,
Right.
and then plus the additional height. What is the additional height of from that point to the top of the elevator shaft is what you're asking.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have an?
Well, if you go to the east elevation, you kind of get a sense of how big that space is to see the end elevation of it. So it's that little nipple that sticks up above that. That's what we're talking about.
That's what
Yeah.
we're talking about. That's an extra what? 8 feet, let's say.
6 or 7, maybe.
Okay. And have you done any comparative building heights in that neighborhood? There's the whole Nordstrom complex on across Ortega Street, and like the GTE building up on Canon Perdido. There's a number of big buildings, but have you done sort of a comparative survey? Because this is as compact and as well designed as it is, it's still a fairly big building. And I'll comment later, but have you done any of that sort of comparative measurements?
No, but it'd be easy to do. I mean, the Macy's building across the street is much taller than ours is. There's that mixed-use project on the corner of Chapala and De La Guerra that's 4 stories plus. There's another building under construction 1 block down in Chapala that's 4 stories plus. So it'd be easy for me to do that analysis though.
Okay. That's what I wanted. I was, sort of going through the inventory in my mind as well. Is there also going to be any loss of street parking? I think you're still where the old Sonos was for a while down the street. There's still street parking along Chapala, is there not?
Yeah, actually, we're picking up 1 because we're losing a driveway cut that currently exists on that side. So the driveway cut goes away. So we're actually picking up 1 net parking spot, and there's no parking on the Ortega Street.
There's a short duration parking on Ortega. Is that correct?
Well, the only parking occurs down in front of the Wildcat buildings.
Yeah.
In our section, there were 3 driveway cuts along that side, so there weren't any parking there. But there's no plan for adding additional street parking in front of our property.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you. I have a question about the discrepancy on the first page for site statistics. You list in 1 column 40 total units, and on another column you list 39. Then you say there are 4 affordable studios, but in another column you say 4 affordable studios and 1 affordable 2-bedroom. Which is it?
Yeah, because our allowable density was like 39.8. So we have to round down. So our actual number proposed is 39 units with 4 affordable.
Okay.
All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair, I have sort of a funny question. For those of us that have been around a really long time, I purchased a 1961 baby blue VW Bug from your grandfather in 1968. Nice. And I'm wondering if you have a name proposed for the building.
That's being kicked around. My mom, her family came from North Dakota, and so she was trying to somehow work the name Dakota into it. But that's very informal discussions at this point.
Those of us that have been around a long time, and Commissioner Drury might feel the same way. I mean, we refer to that as the corner of Van Wyck's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Grumbine, or Chair Grumbine, I have the link of both the codes, the code section that talks about exempting elevator shafts for building code requirements as part of the building height, and then also similarly the findings required that the Planning Commission will have to make for the community benefit height exception that discuss the appropriateness and architectural design. If that helps your board at all in discussion, let me know and we can put the link in the chat.
Okay, sorry, I lost audio there for like the last minute, and so I was just getting on. Sorry, and you may have been going through it, but my phone somehow for some reason cut off. So, in short form, can you give that list again? Sorry about that.
I have the link to the zoning code that states the requirement for 2 things: the exception to elevator shafts from building height, And then it on the same link, it also talks about the findings that the planning commission will need to make for the height exception. But specifically talking about the architectural features and appropriateness that they're going to have to make. I can put the link in the chat for the public and for your board if you think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Thank you. Okay. Next, and anything else before we go into comments? And then, okay, so let's go into comments now.
Mr. Chair,
So,
I have one other
Commissioner
question.
Lundick.
I have one
Okay.
other question of the applicant. When I go look at the site plan or the landscape plan, one or the other, maybe even the floor plan of that area, it appears to me that you are accessing those 3 units that are in the existing repurposed building, the lower right-hand corner. You're accessing them from the parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there must be some arrangement regarding getting there, so on and so forth, I guess, with the adjoining property.
Correct.
What you own, I assume, yeah.
My cousins do, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, does that answer your question, Commissioner Lundick?
It does. I'll mull it, but it does answer my question, yes.
Okay. Okay, so as you mull all those comments and questions, I would ask commissioners to specifically, in addition to whatever else you want to comment on, please also comment on the moving of the wall, your thoughts on the wall, the moving of the wall, the way it's being treated, and any other opinions you have about that. Actually, I had one more question to add. The corrugated metal that you discussed briefly, and you discussed repurposing it. I didn't see how you were proposing to repurpose or anything else. Could you go over that?
Yeah, so you go down to the east elevation.
There we
So
are.
the three big openings going into the industrial live workspaces, that it'd be those panels right there, basically. And maybe even the gate as well.
So, okay, this is a good one. So this whole building is existing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the openings are the new openings? Are the whole opening new or a certain amount existing?
The openings are enlarged, but in the location of the existing windows that are on that side. But they also follow the module of the structure and the skylights inside.
Okay, and the current, do you have a photo or anything of the current with these existing openings?
Yes, if you go down to the site photo page, you can see that building shown. So it's the top row, second from the left. And there's the corrugated metal building to the right of it.
Looks great.
And Mr. Chair, this also shows how the sandstone wall goes all the way to the rear property line, abutting Sonos.
Gotcha.
And there's an existing sandstone wall on the left side of this photo. And I think the plans show that being new, or maybe it's just where that gate occurs.
Okay, so, and actually to the applicant, can you finish the rest of that? Is that what Vice Chair House was saying? Is that correct, or is there any more additional notes to that?
With the existing sandstone wall makes a turn there and connects all the way back into the Fithian building. And so it's our intention basically to continue that line all the way out to Chapala Street. But we haven't talked about what we're doing with that gate opening or why it's even there. I could talk about that with my cousins who own, like I said, the adjacent property.
Okay, and then so the two sets of windows that we see here, these clear story windows above the wall, that's where the current opening is now going to go, right?
And there's
but you said wider.
There's a third one to the right behind the metal building too.
Okay. but you're widening those openings, is that right?
A little bit and a little taller, right?
Okay. All right. That some good finishes the story for me in terms of those. Any other questions before we go back into comments or go into comments? Okay. Okay. So let's go into comments. So if you could, in addition to all any other comments you want to say, if you can also make sure to focus on the moving of the wall, obviously the project compatibility analysis. And so, and I think, is it put up in the chat now? I see the exceptions to height limitations. Okay, I see it in the chat now. In the required findings, and especially have to do with the architecture and design, that it will be exemplary, and the livability, and probably any other of those findings that would be helpful if you want to comment on that portion. And then I think that's that's it. I think in terms of the items to make sure to comment on, and then anything else that anyone else wants to comment on, obviously. So who wants to start with the Commissioner Mahan?
Oh, thank you. Generally speaking, I like the architecture. I like the regularity of the fenestration. I think it is very good. It's not like our courthouse, and I think that's wonderful. I think it feels a very like good Santa Barbara architecture. It reminds me a little bit of the Libero building across from the Libero Theater in terms of its orderliness. I think the chimney should come way down. Spanish chimneys are very short. I was noticing the George Washington Smith House on Los Olivos in Garden Street, and it's a very short chimney, 2 feet at the most. So those are very positive comments. I think that another thing is that if you can we go back to the Chapala Street elevation? Yeah, there it is. I think we should focus on the fact that while you have to measure to the ridge for the 45-foot height, and this exceeds that, it would be important to show the dimension of the eave, because really in these tall buildings, not very much of the roof shows. The eave is really the powerful horizontal line at the top of the building. And you can see in this particular elevation, which is probably what it would feel like from across the street, the eave is essentially the height of the building, not the ridge, visually. I think that's a good thing. I think that the wall, if the existing wall is longer than what will be needed along the south elevation, I think that stone needs to be incorporated someplace else. It could be incorporated into the building somewhere, maybe at corners, or a foundation along the foundation in certain places. And I think that would be very appropriate. That stone should be used. I want to talk about compatibility, neighborhood compatibility. And I think we have to recognize that neighborhood compatibility does not mean that because the Macy's building across the street is tall and you're being compatible with that makes everything okay. I think what we have to think of in compatibility is it compatible with El Pueblo Viejo? And is Chapala becoming a canyonized building because of all of these tall buildings? And I think in the next presentation, I would like to see an elevation of all the buildings, say from Canon Perdido down to Gutierrez. And what are we looking at here? What's happening to Chapala Street, actually on both sides? And To be compatible means we have to leave some of our smaller buildings, our lower buildings, or we won't be, El Pueblo Viejo won't be looking like it should look. So that's a compatibility thing. That's the way I think we should look at compatibility. Not just because there's a tall building across the street that this is okay. But I think that this building in its 3- and 4-story configuration is quite attractive. And generally speaking, I'm positive about this conceptual design. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair House.
Well, I largely agree with Commissioner Mahan. The one major area where I would depart is the regularity of the windows. It needs what we call on this commission some poetry and a little more of a sense of composition instead of just mathematical precision. Otherwise, it ends up looking more like a hotel. And I think you have the flexibility to just move things around a little bit or have some variation so that it is more of a composition instead of a mathematical statement. The part that bothers me most is the right-hand end of that Chapala view. I can't think of any better words than to say it looks like a happy face to me with a big mouth and some eyes above it. So I think that really needs work.
Sorry, just to be clear, Vice Chair House, are you talking about on the rendering on the screen, the far right side?
Exactly.
Okay, because it was not really happy. It's just sort of a stunned face.
Okay, whatever expression
Okay.
you read to it.
All right.
As far
Okay.
as the relocation of the sandstone wall, I have no problem with it. And what was kind of interesting is the side facing the alley is tuck pointed, and we don't see many examples of tuck pointing on sandstone masonry in Santa Barbara that I'm aware of. Whereas the backside that faces the auto dealership was obviously not really meant to be seen, and it's pretty rough grout joints. So it would be nice to keep the historical reference and tuck point this when it's reconstructed. And along lines of historical references, I support your use of the galvanized corrugated metal on those gates, because that's another element that's borrowing from the history of the site and is being reincorporated into the building. There is on the Ortega Street elevation for a section of the building, they have terracotta or quarry tiles as a base at the stucco. And so just as a suggestion, rather than have a situation where you've got a stucco weep screed and 6 inches or so of foundation showing down to the sidewalk, it would be nice to reborrow that idea of using the quarry tiles. They were like 6x6 square quarry tiles as a base, so you don't have to see weep screed and foundation. One of the things I admire about the existing building are the stucco buttresses at the corners and between the fenestration. And it looks like you've kind of referenced those here, only in a much taller version. So I just want to say I appreciate that, and I could support more of that, in the lower version, perhaps. The sandstone, maybe if we go back to that Chapala Street elevation, it would seem like the Paseos would be a great place to incorporate some of that sandstone. That hyphen between buildings could be clad with sandstone, or there could be a wainscot going down that Paseo of sandstone. Something like that could be awfully nice. As far as the first floor plan, can we go up to the first floor plan? In the lower left corner of that, it is the only apartment unit facing Chapala Street. And I just wonder if that's really a wise choice, because it would be a pretty undesirable spot because of car traffic and people leaving bars, et cetera, and whether or not that could become part of retail might be a better use for that. And then also give you more freedom with that window on that floor. And to comment on the neighborhood compatibility of the building, I think if there's a place in Santa Barbara for a building of this size, bulk, and scale, this is probably it, just because of the scale of Chapala Street. You know, a similar building on Anacapa Street definitely starts to create a canyon effect, whereas I think it is, Chapala is more forgiving. So I don't have a big problem with it, but I am not convinced that 10-foot ceilings are a necessity, and anything that can be done to reduce the overall height of the building would be a benefit. And I think my final comment will be on the roof deck. It just strikes me that it's not that big of a roof deck. And I know that you're saying it's necessary for your open yard area, but if there was another solution, that is not really an attractive appendage sticking up above the roof to see that stucco element. And it would be nice not to have that. If that's not possible, I think having the same kind of tile roof with broad eaves on the elevator and stair element would be an advantage, because it kind of softens it and puts more of it in shadow. And it just kind of, right now the eye is drawn to that white stucco thing sticking up from the mass of the building. So I think that should be restudied.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think I've exhausted all my comments.
All right.
That was pretty
Other
exhaustive.
commissioners?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to exhaust you.
Mr. Chair? Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Commissioner Drake.
Yes, I generally agree with the thrust of the comments. I like the positions on both Ortega and Chapala. I do find that there are opportunities for poetry, and may we have the, yeah, there we go. I think the what I see as a problem are those sort of unadorned windows that, as Commissioner House was saying, look like they look like an alarm smiley face on the extreme right. But there's an opportunity for, I should have asked this question, but are there any plans for awnings? That's for the applicant.
I would love them.
It was what?
Okay.
I would love
You would love
awnings
them.
on this project.
Well, I do think that that's an opportunity to put some sort of articulation on those big rectangles, those big picture windows. I think that's one of the places that can be used to soften some of that sort of harsh facade, especially on the Chapala Street elevation. Ortega Street elevation seems to be more successful. I think it may be to do with the arches. And I do have a question, I'm sorry to say, about the round of the Chapala Street elevation. If we could see that straight on that whole elevation, I guess the west facing. May we have that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking. So well, there's that face. There's that man running away from it. The edge of that building, is it articulated, or is that just a computer mistake?
To the right.
Yeah, the extreme right above
Yeah,
that
it's
man.
the big buttress.
It
So
is,
it's
and so it comes
On
down
a
to sort of
vertical edge. Now.
So I think that's the kind of thing that kind of can activate a space. I think I would probably just maybe go straight down and then have that little I don't know what you'd call it architecturally. Above that man, there's that little, I'm looking at it on a very small screen, but I like that. I like that idea. And I think that there's an opportunity for, I would like to see that extreme right part of that elevator.
It's like a battered corner.
Yeah, right.
Where it's slightly sloped.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that is the least adorned and probably the most stark elevation on the whole project, that extreme right on Chapala. But I think that generally, I would agree with the comments on the wall. I think that whatever is not used to use as a wall needs to be incorporated into the building. I like Commissioner House's suggestions about that. And I think that he's right about the canyonization effect. I think if Chapala was narrow like Anacapa, it would not be nearly as acceptable. But the fact that Chapala is a double wide street, I think, makes this makes this fit. So I'm generally in favor of everything. I would just like to see a little poetry, especially on the Chapala Street elevation. I think the architect, Mr. Meany, I think he's capable of poetry. Thank you.
All right. Other comments? Commissioner Lenvick?
Yes, thank you. I'm in agreement with everything that's been said so far. I think it's a handsome building. There's if you look at that elevation we have right now, the far left side, which I guess would be the Ortega Street corner, there's openings and there's a lot of plaster wall. And you go down to the 4-story element and it's all openings and there's no wall, and it loses some of the character when it's when it's all opening, all positive space on that. And you almost wonder, well, couldn't the upper floors have narrower doors or narrower openings or whatever to kind of step itself down? And then you go to the far right side, of course, you've got almost all blank wall and 4 windows that can be moved around a little bit, but I like where it's going. One question I would have and would ask the architect to maybe study it or whatever is these bridge structures that go between the elements. Could the upper deck, which would be, I guess, the 3rd-story deck, could it have open railings as opposed to a solid railing? It might feel a little less connected, and that might be good as opposed to having so much connection between the elements. So I study it. I'm not saying it's necessarily better one way or the other without putting a pencil to it myself or you doing it. If you go to the site plan, I'd appreciate that because I have some questions about it, and hope that we can. And maybe the landscape plan would be a better one to go to. It's rendered. I'm hoping or assuming that because the parking lot is being used at least for the commercial space, that we should see some landscaping in the parking lot. That would, I think we could expect that as part of the project approval. The park is required, the parking's gotta be, gonna be landscaped. I also wonder about the.
Hold on, Commissioner Lennox, let's turn that into a question real fast. So of just requirements, is there going to be landscape required, assuming that we didn't say one way or the other, but is there a landscape required for this project in that parking lot? Is there going to be? I guess that's a question to staff and or the applicant, but is it part of the requirements that there would be a landscape component required in that parking lot?
I'm not, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, I'm not actually positive there would be, because essentially that's off-site parking. This one's a little bit tricky because we are pulling in that parcel to demo the existing shed and provide access. So there are improvements and then likely restriping. So if it does become part of the project and not just an off-site parking agreement, which it's kind of leaning towards, there may be potential to require landscaping parking standards.
Okay, so the answer is maybe.
Maybe.
I would
Okay.
take the position for the benefit of Chapala Street and that parking lot that landscaping is something that the applicant would want to do. another question I have regarding the the proposed building, or the building that's existing now, which can be made into 3 units, and those openings are right on the property line of the parking lot. And I guess that that's okay from the standpoint of building code, but I think that it would be interesting to find out.
Commissioner Lendick, is everyone else able to hear Commissioner Lendick? It might be on my end if everyone else is able to hear him.
I hear him.
Okay, I might be having some technical difficulties. Can you say that again? And then if it ends up keeping a problem, I'll let someone else take over while I relog back in.
Move the plan up a little bit, Ted, if you would, please.
It's actually
a little more.
It's actually Mr. Bolton.
So okay, Mr. Bolton, yeah, pardon me for the informality. So I would suggest that the next time we see this, that there be a definitive statement from the applicant that openings on that property line are going to be acceptable, as well as access across that property line. Obviously, there's got to be some arrangement between the 2 parcels that can accommodate access, so on and so forth. But I think we need to be assured of that. The other thing for the landscape architect, as you come in off Ortega Street, the landscape ordinances require a planter along that driveway, between the driveway and the building. And I would assume that we would see that in the next plan that you bring to us. And I would assume that in the same token, there would be a landscaping required along the building that has the remaining building that has the 3 units in it, between that building and the parking lot. And that's in the ordinance, and we should expect to see that. So I'm hoping we see that, and those are my comments.
Okay. Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you. Regarding the wall, I support the relocation of the wall. I would not support losing the wall, but historic structures do move. I'm totally comfortable with the applicant's proposal for moving the wall. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, I do think that Chapala Street, not just what's immediately adjacent, but some stretch of Chapala Street, is the neighborhood that we need to be looking at. In the next iteration, I'd like to see some larger representation of Chapala Street. I think that would actually alleviate some concerns about the height of this building by showing just how wide the street is and what's happening elsewhere or has happened elsewhere along Chapala Street. I had some reservations when I first saw this, when I first saw the plans or the renderings for this, which have been alleviated a bit by the presentation. I think that the elevations are too severe to start, but I think that may also be a problem with the software that was used the modeling software that was used to do that. I think that there's lots of opportunity to enrich the surface with color around windows and openings and so forth, and a great deal of precedent elsewhere in EPV for how to do that. So I would like to see in the next iteration this is just repeating what other commissioners have said, some more life or vitality or poetry to the surface. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any additional comments that people want to add? Commissioner Uli, and then Commissioner Mahan.
I purposely waited till close to the end, just so I could say something like I agree with all the other comments. Mr. Meany, it's good to see you.
Hey, Robert.
First of all, in general, I like the idea. I like the concept. I like the concept of the 4 separate buildings, similar language, but each building kind of reading independently. I think that's very common in Spain and other places that we constantly reference as our benchmarks. So I like that. I'm okay with the colonnade that is marching down Ortega Street. I think that is a nice feature. I'm okay with, and I suppose technically, this stone wall that we've been talking about technically is not being moved. It's being dismantled and reconstructed in another location. And I'm okay with that. And to the degree that you can deploy the remaining surplus existing stone on the project, I would encourage that, whether it be, as was suggested, cladding on an archway or a wainscot or something. I think you should try and use all of it that you can. I'm comfortable with the recycling and reuse of the corrugated metal. You know, even though it's a little tatty, you know, it's seen its years, but I think that's part of the charm of what you're trying to convey in those live-work units is kind of that rustic kind of live-work thing, and I can appreciate that. I think the landscape plan is slightly misrepresented in that existing building because your floor plan has an open courtyard that is part of this space, and so I'm wondering, is the open courtyard inside this bold line that faces the parking lot, or is it in addition and forward of it? So maybe we look at the floor plan, site plan to see where that courtyard is.
It's inboard of that.
Yeah, so I think your landscape plan ought to indicate that you're landscaping those courtyards just like you are the single units along the bottom of the plan there, because I think that will solve some questions about whether or not there's landscaping involved. And also puts those openings, you know, what is it, 14 feet away from the property line, so you don't have a building code issue either. Scale, bulk, mass, you know, that's always an important question to us. I personally think that where you're going with this project squarely fits within the EPB guidelines. The language that you're using, the details that you're using, the massing that you're using are all clearly communicated within those guidelines. I don't have an issue with any of that. I believe that the benefit of providing housing and a few of them affordable is what is an argument that can be used for the excessive height or penetrating the height limit because we're getting a residential benefit out of it. I think that is a good trade-off. I totally agree with Commissioner Mahan that you know, when you're walking down the street, even if you're walking down the street on the other side of the street, you know, we rarely really perceive the ridge line and how tall that is. We see it from the eave. And so I agree with Vice Chair House that if you can pinch the floor plate down just a little bit, you know, maybe it's 9.6 instead of 10 feet or something, you know, we can kind of inch it down a little bit, and I think that helps. I don't think it really harms your massing a whole lot. I mean, you and I will know the difference, but I think the common man walking down the street won't know the difference.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree also with neighborhood compatibility. In general, EPV is what we're gauging with, but you know, EPV is pretty big. You know, and lots of areas of EPV would not be able to absorb a building of this size. But Chapala Street is, because it's rather broad and it's wide and it, you know, for the most part open. And I think this building can fit right in there in terms of compatibility. One other thing I do certainly appreciate and get the humor of your Van Wyck cartouche on the corner. I think that is a great idea. You know, I think it's a great homage to tip our hat to our predecessors and what they accomplished. And so I love that little detail. And that's what I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other comments to add?
Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Mahan, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Now, I noticed on the Ortega elevation at the top floor there, the use of curtains. I think it's that middle balcony there on the. Can you go to
Yeah,
the
and
other
it's
page?
also on the other side too, on the
Right.
Chapala side. That,
Is it on the Chapala side too?
Yeah.
I think the use of curtains is very nice. I know those big drawings that we have hanging in the David Gebhardt. If you look at those carefully, you'll see quite a use of curtains. And although we've kind of lost that romance and that the chance to introduce a little bit of color into our building. So I'm very positive about the curtains, and you might do it one more time someplace else. Also on this elevation on the third floor, I like the use of the Monterey, what appears to be a Monterey balcony there in the middle of the building. I think that's a nice touch. So generally speaking, I'm positive about this conceptual design. Thank you.
Mr.
all right,
Chair?
great. Commissioner Drury and then Commissioner Uli.
Yeah, it won't be long. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking that we haven't really spoken, which is a surprise to me, about the depth of the windows and therefore the shadows that are inherent to a deeper window. And I think I would encourage that.
Along those lines,
And
just
once
turn
again,
that
I'll
to a question
speak
real
up for-
fast. And maybe
Sorry?
it's that. Let's just turn that into a question real quick. Maybe you can have the floor plans up. What are the
Yes.
second and third floor windows? What's our depth of wall in this?
2 by 8.
Yes.
Sorry?
2 by 8 and then 18 inches down below.
Okay, so it's basically like a 9-inch wall, 8 to 9 inch thick wall above, and then, yeah, gotcha.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
And I'll just make one more plump for awnings, because both the west and the north facing elevations are going to get a lot of sun. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Uli, and then.
Yes, I just wanted to chime in. Thank you. This is pretty early, so concept comments are nice. This thing will evolve a little bit as it moves forward. So I'm not going to get too excited about fine details yet. But I do like Commissioner Mahan's comment about the drapes. Of course, the courthouse has a couple. But you might want to take a look at the various drape types of hardware that are at the courthouse. We were able to replace the ones on the public defender's balcony facing the sunken gardens. But there are 2 other types, and that is where the drape actually comes out of the wall and hits a wrought iron bore rod and comes down to the railing. There are various types, and that might add some interest if you want to consider those kinds of details.
Is that on the courthouse as well?
Yes, it is. We just haven't replaced the drapes.
Right now, I think they're just the stiffener and then the bar across. So, okay. All right. Any other last comments? Otherwise, I'll summarize. And I don't think I had anything to add except for just to maybe sort of hone one of the comments about the height. And I think in the discussion of the Chapala Street and of neighborhood compatibility in that, for a building this size, I think it's going to be really very important for us to see its surroundings in comparison visually. And it has been, especially recently, very much appreciated to have 3D models that actually look at the, walking street views and aerial views and all different views with the 3D model that we can actually see, and the visual comparison, at least at the massing level for the surrounding block, basically. That has been very helpful, and I think is, from my point of view, I think it's very necessary to see it. In previous projects, it's even been in the place of story poles because it's more, it gives us more accurate views and more clear views than seeing the story poles. So that's been, and sometimes it's been used in place of. or in addition to, but I think it'd be very necessary for a project of this size for compatibility to really understand it in 3 dimensions, at least at a massing level. And then I agree with all the other fellow commissioners' comments, so I'll just try to summarize what we have and trying to also keep on the key ones, which this is obviously just conceptual comment. So not only will it for sure be coming back to us for an actual design review if it goes on, but then we'll be able to drill down a lot more into a lot of these weeds, and the applicant can always listen to the tape and hear a lot of the in-depth. So I'll just try to keep it as the general big picture summaries. Okay, so first comment was that generally speaking, the architecture is very well designed, beautiful design, and supportive. A lot of the references, the Libero building reference and some of the regularity is appreciated. In terms of the massing, you see that, and I heard this from one commissioner, and I would, or a couple commissioners that I would chime in as well. I think get some space out of those upper level apartment ceilings, and to bring it down a little bit, that overall massing, and especially the 4th floor. But that being said, the important dimensions are to the eave for buildings of this size, and that's where visually it's more apparent. So we understand that. But there is we would like to see it the ceiling heights come down a little bit. Let's see, we talked about that. For the speaking of the upper areas, the parapet wall on the for the stair and elevator access are as designed with the parapet wall, it needs to go to a red tile roof. Sorry, the roof as designed with the parapet wall.
That'd be the stair
it needs
tower.
to be restudied. Yeah, stair tower and elevator tower needs to be restudied, and the to make it stick out less. Okay, working right down to the walls, the bridge structures. One suggestion was to restudy them with potentially opening up the upper parapet level, so there's a smaller piece of bridge structure section. The reference to the La Arcata was very much appreciated, and the paseos and that the division into 4 buildings is very much appreciated, and has a great Santa Barbara, El Paseo, and La Arcata feel to it. So those were additional points that good comment. Let's go to the Chapala Street elevation. Let's see. So on the Chapala Street elevation, some areas of additional study that need to be restudied or reworked was the south or the right side of the Chapala Street corner, the south corner of the Chapala Street building. It's too massive, and to restudy the openings and their arrangement. We won't put in the record the stunned face, but you'll know what we're talking about. And then as well on this elevation, there are the curtains there, but in general, either awnings or other fabric arrangement to help color, brighten up the color on this side. There was also a comment about the size of openings all the way up, the 4-story elements, perhaps being restudied with less opening and a little more wall. And so more wall on the 4-story portion, and less of size of the openings. Let's see, the details that some of the details that were noticed and appreciated. The cartouche, the VW cartouche in the corner, the curtains, as they were designed and with potential other variances that were mentioned. The balconies, I think as well, are details that are appreciated, as well as the Monterey balcony on the Ortega Street elevation. Those were all designs that were appreciated. I mentioned the eaves. Okay, so some of the additional notes of adjustments are the chimney being too tall on the Ortega Street side. The deepening of windows to make sure that as much as possible we can get as deep as possible. 8-inch is sort of minimal. So if you can deepen it in other areas or take advantage in certain areas, that would be appreciated. The stone wall was, in generally speaking, no one said anything that they were against the relocation / reuse of it, reconstruction of it on in a different area. I feel similarly. In fact, in this case, it might actually be even a little bit more appreciable because you get to see it from a little further away because Chapala Street's wider and longer, wider. So the reuse of it or reconstruction of a portion of it was supportable, and with the reuse of the other the remaining portion, whether it be as a base for the building or as in reuse as arches or other details, was as long as it was being reused as part of the project, then it would be supportable. The corrugated metal and use and the treatment of the live work units off of the alley or off the access to and parking lot was generally supportable. That design was generally supportable, and the idea of reusing the historic or the existing corrugated metal was acceptable for that reason, because it was a reuse of what was existing on site with the industrial buildings. Regarding the stone, actually to go back to the wall comment, it was also to keep the tuck pointing on the one side when it's reconstructed. That's important. And then in the landscape, let's see, landscape, knowing that it may or may not be required for the landscape in the commercial area, but we would highly encourage it to be part of the project, either way. And on the live work side of the openings. Also, as an additional note, that we understand the benefit of housing, and this is why the additional height would make sense for the benefit to the city of providing the additional housing, and we're very supportive of that. And this area, being on Chapala, is well served to put the higher density here, and so we recognize that as a general rule, but we still need to see how it fits into the neighborhood for compatibility in the mass bulk and scale. Let's see if there's any other comments. Mention that. And then in general, for the 3D model, we did say the surrounding block, basically, and think of it sort of as in elevation, at least, the block in both directions, but in 3D model as well, basically the surrounding blocks, so that we can see it fully from all directions. And I think that's, there was one more comment, was apartment 103 being on the ground floor of Chapala is not seen as ideal. So to see if there's another way of getting commercial or some other use, so it's not residential right on Chapala, in terms of, even though it doesn't, the door doesn't front it, but the main window does, or a main window.
Mr. Chair, did you want to Did you want to add to the landscaping comment about the potential for landscaping at the live work units, courtyards?
Oh,
They
yeah,
don't
good
on
point.
this way, they're missing
The
stuff.
courtyards, yeah,
They're-
the courtyards of the week, yep, yeah, for sure. Add that comment as well, landscaping at the work unit courtyards. And that in general, it seemed like the landscape plan was, you know, well thought out and works nicely with the Paseos and the project as a whole and the city and where it's located.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair House.
did you mention landscaping along the driveway?
Along the driveway. Oh, for
The shared
the
easement, yeah.
the shared easement. Okay, yeah. So I guess, that whole parking area, and you know, the question was whether it was required, but we were in favor and encouraging of it either way, whether it's required or not. That we wanted to see landscape along that. And I don't know if it could be even part of the project in terms of where the easement is not their property, but we'll let it out there for now, just as a comment that we want to see as much as possible landscaping in the drive / parking area to get back to the live work units. Does that work?
Sounds good.
All right. All right. Any other comments that I missed,
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair?
in the interest of expanding our vocabulary, the correct term for those curtains is portiere.
Ah, thank you.
That's a
All right.
heavy curtain hung across a doorway.
What's
All
the
right,
correct
the
term
port-
for a happy face, Steve?
I don't know.
It's an emoji.
Yeah.
That's right. And yeah, we're not going to start putting emojis in our comments, as we shall see. The day we do that, is the day I leave.
Well, if you paint that
We
whole
failed
facade yellow, then I'm worried.
I would say
All right.
emoji.
Yep. All right. Anyone else? Any additions to that?
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Hamilton. Yeah, we'll go Mr. Hamilton and then we'll go to Commissioner Drury. Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to make sure that you're giving the Planning Commission all the information they would need. We do have the community benefit height exception findings available to view, I believe, if Mr. Bolton could pull them up. And if Ms. Arciniega can review those just to make sure that we are capturing everything that they'll need. To be clear, the Planning Commission will make the findings you're going to see. We just would appreciate you commenting on certain elements here. Including sensitivity to context, architecture, and design. Those are probably the two most important ones.
Okay, so.
For an open yard modification. Correct, Megan?
Sorry.
I believe we're not requiring or requesting an open yard modification.
Staff,
That is-
do you?
Sorry, Senior, could you confirm that, please?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Gorbine and Commissioners, they are also in need of an open yard modification as currently designed. It's really close, but as we're currently looking at it, it also needs an open yard modification, and then the exceptions to height limits for community benefit. Like Mr. Hamilton said, B and D, architecture and design and sensitivity to context, I think are the findings that are pertinent to your board that you could comment on for the Planning Commission to consider as they are making those findings. They would rely on your expertise if this design is leaning towards exemplary and if it's sensitive to historic context and appropriate for the area.
Mr. Chair,
So-
I would admit that we
Commissioner Willie?
all the A, B, and D in our comments. We've touched on A, B, and D. I think each one of us.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say is for the sensitivity to context, for the most part, everyone, and myself included, was feeling that they still want this. They need to see this more. They need to see more about the context to be able to judge the context a little better, right? It was seeming like for example, 3D models and the elevations of the streets and heights of things. It was seeming like even though we might think it will work out just great, we still also want to see the immediate actual context a little more, at least before making an actual findings. Now, this is Planning Commission making the findings. Our sort of thoughts on it, yeah, are one thing, but I think part of it is I for one, and others might disagree, and that's fine. And but I would be a little bit leery of making a comment that we could find a finding that's sensitive to the context. The project design will complement the setting and the character of the neighborhood properties and sensitivity to adjacent. Of course, the landmarks and historic structures, I think we did cover, but at least the general context, that D seems like, I don't know if we're there yet. So with this, with seeing the documents that we've seen in terms of the relationship.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this commissioner certainly is okay with the sensitivity context, primarily because I don't believe we're very close to any federal, state, or city landmarks. There may be a few structures of merit within stone's throw, but I think the context of Chapala Street, as it currently is, this building is compatible with that current context, and so I don't have a problem offering comments to the Planning Commission that they should feel comfortable doing this. And of course, this is a concept project. It could totally change the next time we see it, but given the merits of the material, I'm comfortable.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Mr. Chair?
All right, Commissioner Lendick.
Yeah, I am not sure that the applicant has demonstrated a need for exceeding 45 feet. It's demonstrated a desire, but not a need. I don't know that you need to have that roof open space accessible. Maybe you don't need the elevator to go that high. I just don't know that we have been shown a demonstrated need to exceed 45 feet.
Okay, so let's discuss that. It seems to me that there's two things with that. Even if I think part of the need was the open space of that upper level terrace area, but even then, you could probably drop it down to like 47 feet or 48 feet or somewhere in there in terms of if you dropped it down as much as you could, you'd probably still push over, because right now it's pushing over by a lot more, right? It's pushing over by 7 feet and change, or almost 8 feet. So you might get it down to only 2 feet over, but you still need to break the height restriction to be able to get up there to be able to serve that portion. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I would submit that the demonstrated need is the housing crisis this city and the state and the country are currently in, and that any provision of housing at least moderate to lower income is in an emergency state. And so any provision to meet that need is a public benefit. And I think that is the demonstrated need.
Okay. Others thoughts, and I think we might, and two things on this. One is we're not making the findings, but we are making comments, which are at least directed towards these things. I think that the B, architecture and design, I don't think I've heard of anything but generally speaking positive comments about the architecture and design. So I think that seems to be covered well. And depending on how strongly the motion is worded, the demonstrated need and the sensitivity to context. And I guess the sensitivity to context that I'm reading it in is not just, and maybe I'm misreading it, but the project design will complement the setting and the character of the neighboring properties with sensitivity to any adjacent federal, state, or city landmarks or historic resources, et cetera. And I'm reading that as two things. One is sensitivity to the area, the neighborhood, and the other is sensitivity to the historic structures, et cetera. And the historic structures, et cetera, seems to be covered. But am I misreading that? Maybe this is a question for Mr. Hamilton. Am I misreading that? Is it both sensitivity to both things, or is this just within the historic side of stuff?
Mr. Chair, I don't think you're misreading it. It is sensitivity to nearby historic resources and, in general, historic districts.
Okay, the character and the character of that district or neighborhood. So,
right.
And I would say I would probably lean towards that. It's probably going to be fine, but it's one of those things that I want to see a little more before saying I for sure know it's going to be fine. I don't know. That's just me though, and there could be a majority that feel otherwise and are comfortable with it at that point.
Mr. Chair?
So, yes, Commissioner Mahan.
It seems to me like we should continue this for like 2 weeks and let the applicant work on the comments that we've made and come back and especially with these 3D computer generated neighborhood movies, I call them, and then I think we could make these findings, but I think it's premature to do it now. I would support it. I would support a 2 weeks continuance.
To be clear, we're not making the findings, so we don't have to make the findings. We just have to comment what we think about them.
Okay. We don't have to make the findings, but we need to feel like we would agree with those findings.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner,
or we can state that we're somewhere in between. That there's a mix and we're not comfortable with it yet for this reason. We could also do that if it was wanting to move the project along with comments. Our comments could be we're still up in the air about whether making sure that it actually fits within the neighborhood, and we need more information to be able to make that judgment, right? Because that's another possibility for it.
That's correct.
And to staff. Okay. And I guess, go ahead.
Chair Grumbine, the same with the open yard modification. That's in the purview of the Planning Commission as well. It would just be if you had any concerns on the design of it affecting the design, needing more or less,
Okay. So let's discuss that for a minute because we didn't talk about it much. In general, it seems like the shapes and forms and the courtyards and the way in which they've handled the open outdoor space is very Santa Barbara, is very historic El Pueblo Viejo in terms of having those spaces. Is everyone in general agreement with that? Their use of open space, or is there some that don't feel that way? Okay. So that seems to be the way in which they're handling it. Seems to be is supportable by HLC currently as they're designing it. Okay, so, and maybe this is a question to the applicant as to what do they prefer, because I could see them possibly preferring to come back in 2 weeks with some revised stuff, or whether they want to go forward with comments that are at least only partially supportable in this area from our point of view. Now, obviously, Planning Commission is making the findings one way or the other, but let's actually ask, we'll go to the applicant for that. So what is it your preference, and who knows what the HLC will actually do, but is it your preference to go to Planning Commission with just, keep going and go on to Planning Commission, or would you rather come back to us and show us a more developed area?
Well, there's definitely.
Mr. Chair. Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Commissioner Mahan.
We've commented on the fact that we think that the floor to floors could be restudied and the heights could be lowered some, and I think it's premature to send this on to Planning Commission and ask them to make the decision on height when we're indicating that we think that could be improved. I just think we're rushing this. 2 weeks is not I agree with Commissioner Ule that housing is a crisis in California, but I don't think 2 weeks, more or less, is going to make the difference. And I think we should continue this for 2 weeks for the applicant to study the comments that we've made and come back to us. And then we can send it on to Planning Commission with very positive comments.
Okay, then if you want to turn that into a motion,
I'll make a motion for a 2 weeks continuance for the applicant to study the comments that you've made.
No motion on this agenda item.
No motion?
No, because this is a comment, is it a
the staff?
pre-application?
It is.
I forget.
Vice Chair House and Mr. Chair, this is here as a formal application, so
Oh, okay.
motion to continue would be appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
All
Chair, I
right.
still have to hear from the applicant, though.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Let's wait to see if we have a second, and then we can go under discussion. So is there a second to that
I'll
motion?
second it. I'll second it.
Okay, second by Vice Chair House, and then under discussion, you'd like to add to the applicant to hear their thoughts on this?
Part of the comments will be really easy to address. Like if we were to take 6 inches out of the upper floors, that takes our building down 18 inches or so. That's easy to do. Adding some poetry is easy to do. Doing a computer model of the street in both directions, that might be hard to pull together in 2 weeks. So some of it's easy to modify, some of it's a little more challenging. One thing I'd like to emphasize is the amount of square footage that we have that's above that height limitation. It's 3 units. It's not a lot of square footage up there. It's something that I deliberately did to add some interest to the profile of the building. So it's not a lot of square footage that's exceeding that height.
Yeah, so the question to you is, do you want to, would you rather be coming back? And it could be 4 weeks or an indefinite. And so would you rather that you come back and can show us what you can do in that and address these comments? Or would you rather, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
One final thought is that on that very top floor, the 4th floor, if those are volume ceilings, that plate height could come down an additional 6 inches because you'll have the volume of that space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that same thing.
It's a good comment. Very good comment. I would be prepared to change my motion to an indefinite continuance. I think we need to see the computer generations of the neighborhood.
All right, Vice Chair House, would you be
That's
open
okay
to,
with the seconder. Yes.
Okay. All right, so with the amended motion under discussion, any discussion more? Okay, and I don't think, just as a side note regarding that additional comment that you made, Commissioner or Vice Chair House, because we didn't define exactly how much to lower the plates and just been through the comments, I think that could be folded in. We don't need to adjust anything. So,
Yeah.
all right, so with those comments, with that motion, any other discussion before we vote? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you for,
Thank you all.
yeah. Okay, on to, and let's see, do a quick little time check. We're at 2:55, so we're 50 minutes behind now. We'll try to keep this one moving. All right, so we're on to item 3, 523 Brinkerhoff. This is a new item for concept review. The Queen Anne style house was constructed 1888 by Alexander Salover, is a designated structure of merit. The proposal includes abatement of all violations listed on the enforcement case, including reverting the existing structure to a single-family residence by removing 2 as-built units. The project includes legalization of 2 as-built decks. 1 deck at the front of the residence requires a modification to encroach into the interior setback, but is proposed to be reduced in size. The second deck at the rear of the residence requires a modification to encroach into the rear setback and a minor zoning exception to encroach in the interior setback. Portions of the second deck at the rear of the lot will be removed from the interior setback. The deck at the rear of the lot extends into the neighboring parcel and requires a lot tie agreement to remain. Other site improvements such as door and guardrail changes are proposed. This is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. That's portion A. And portion B is requesting acceptance of the draft of phase 2 historic structures sites report prepared by Post Hazeltine. The report concluded that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, implementation of the proposed projects would have a less than significant class 3 impact to significant historic resources at 523 Brinkerhoff Avenue and the surrounding Brinkerhoff Avenue landmark district. All right, welcome. Please introduce yourselves and perhaps do we have any staff comments as well?
Mr. Chair.
Sarah, oh, go ahead, Ted. I think that's going to be you. Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Gronstadt.
Host of Post Hazeltine Associates.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we have the applicant and the HSSR preparer here. I believe the case planner is also here at the meeting. No staff comments really other than what was noted in the agenda. And if you have questions, staff will be here to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you. And then go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Sure. I'm Sarah Bronstad with Vanguard Planning. And
Great.
I think we can gain back the time we lost waiting for our turn. So don't
All
fret.
right, good luck with that. Sounds good. So, and because of the complexity of the 2-part of this, let's do, we normally will review review the project, review the historic structures report, and then go, vice versa. Normally, I think we review the historic structures report, review and then put it on hold while we then review the project for the second part of it, and then make a decision on that, and then make a decision on the historic structures report. That way, we've had the benefit of kind of hearing everything, both from the historians and from the architects or designers. So why don't we do that way? I think that'll be probably the best for this, so that we can kind of understand everything and also understand the project before making a decision either way.
Yeah. Okay. I got a little lost in that. I think can we just walk through the project? We could start with Brinkerhoff, obviously.
And then we can walk through the historic structures report. That's fine.
Sure.
And we can come back to the project. That's fine.
Sure. In fact, could we actually start with the site photos? You could, the Brinkerhoff photos. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, and you'll have 15 minutes. If there is some time or whatever more that's needed, that's fine.
Okay. No,
but if you can mark it.
We should be good. Okay. So this is the Brinkerhoff Historic District, and we're smack in the middle here. You can go to, and actually, while we have this slide, you could see, if you're familiar, which obviously you are, predominantly taller structures around Brinkerhoff, 2 stories or tall 1 stories. And it's developed such that these, kind of were the primary homes, and then like servant or smaller homes sort of toward the back. So even though we have 2 properties here, we have Brinkerhoff, and then we're going to be talking about De La Vina, 2 different addresses. They're back to back, and they're sort of developed, as is the rest of the neighborhood, as like 1 lot, but we have 2 lots, which is why there's 2 addresses on the agenda. Okay, next slide. Just a zoomed in version of the same thing. Here's the Brinkerhoff house. We have a really, really large avocado tree here, pretty unusual. And then we have the De La Vina house and the garage that we'll be talking about. Next slide. And here's the front elevation of the Brinkerhoff house. Colorful and charming. And lots of vegetation. So let's zoom in on the next photo so we can see the house a little better. There it is. Very old house. I think it's, Pam, what is it? Is it 1888?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen Anne.
Queen Anne, and it's, you know, largely intact, which is pretty amazing. A lot of what we're going to be talking about today are interior and yard improvements. We're not proposing anything that you would see visually from the street, especially with all this vegetation. So next slide. So this is the southeast elevation. It's kind of at an angle. So side yard on one side, brick path with, it is what it is. You can go to the next slide. Oh, and this is actually on the other side, the other elevation. This is one of the improvements that has been put in that was installed without a permit. It was essentially a little deck, but it was because some French doors were put in, and it serves sort of as a landing. This is one of the improvements that Post Hazeltine has recommended that we modify. We can keep, but we should modify because it's flush with the house. And I think standard, you know, traditionally decks would be set back, and maybe Pam can talk more about that, but later if you have questions. But essentially, we're just going to step the railing back so that it's not flush with the front elevation. And then we are seeking a modification to allow it to remain because it is in a side yard setback. And then the other improvement that Pam has suggested we do is replace this full light door with a half light door that looks more in keeping with the times. Again, this is a side yard elevation. You won't be able to see it from the street, but that's part of our project. Next slide. And this is if you walk across the deck and, you know, this is what you would see, this nice bay. And then if you keep walking toward the back, this is that large avocado tree. And, you know, this starts sort of the rear yard right here. There's a deck that starts kind of on grade. And then I think we'll go back around the other side of the deck in the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the backyard of the Brinkerhoff house. And the property line for the De Lavina property is down the middle, essentially cut in half, that deck. So this deck was built without a permit, and it was built over the property line to the De Lavina property. Like I said, it's sort of built as one contiguous lot. So this, we are seeking a permit for this deck. And also because of this issue of spanning a property line, we are seeking a lot tie agreement because the same property owner owns both parcels. There's a mechanism to buying the property to allow such an improvement, but we still have setbacks, so we're still asking for a modification. We still have to encroach and pay the fees for both properties to allow the deck to exist there, but the lot tie agreement allows it to span the property line. And, so on the left side of the screen, you'll see this is, sorry, go back, yeah. This is the De Lavina one-car garage that we'll get to later, and that's the De Lavina house there. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I guess we're back to the other side of the property. This is just looking at that deck again from the Brinkerhoff side yard, looking at the De Lavina house close up. So it's built in such a way that really, because the rear yards for those properties are so small, then at least it's developed, you know, as kind of one yard where at least tenants can share, or, you know, people can share the common space. There's a bike rack there. We're actually have to move that, but, you know, it's sort of a common area essentially. Next slide. Okay, so this is just more views of the same deck. This view of the rear elevation of the Brinkerhoff house allows you to see, again, we had a clear full light door put in that we have to replace. with a half light door per Pam's suggestion. We also, just to meet building code, are going to have to increase the railing heights on this deck and permit some outdoor electrical. We have some stair lights that were put in. All of that will just be, those were all part of the violations that we will be abating as part of this project. And we, okay, go ahead and next slide. Yeah, just more views of the deck. That one's, keep going.
Oh, they weren't free to color.
No. Keep going. Okay, so like I said, I'm sure you're all very familiar with the streetscape, but we can run through some of these slides just to see it for ourselves here now. These are the houses, you know, directly adjacent to the property. So the plans will help us talk about the violations that we're abating on the interior, which primarily just involved, property was sort of divided in multiple units by closing the doors. So let's go to the floor plans. Oh, there's the site plan where you can see the street. Okay. So yeah, this property just has lots of doors. So I think it was sort of unnatural to want to divide it and allow different people to live there at the same time. So it was at the time of the inspection was sort of 3 units, 2 kitchens, but 3 units. And so we are proposing to restore it back to its previously permitted condition, which was a single family dwelling. I say that specifically that was the previously permitted condition because it had been many things since being a single family dwelling. It's been a bed and breakfast. It's been various things over the years, but none of those things were documented well enough on city records that we could say that was its previous, you know, state. So the city, based on the records that were available, the city said that what we have most currently on record is a single family dwelling. Therefore, that's what we are proposing to return it to abate the violation. Next slide or next page. Here's the elevations on the plans. You can see those half light doors that we're putting in place of the full light glass doors. Next page. And this is what the site plan that just shows the both properties and how we are proposing to have this deck here again span the property line between the two. And we are seeking a modification for this deck, which, like I said, will be reduced in size, so it's not flush with the front elevation, but also so this rear deck. We will have to bring it back a portion because you can't, you know, there's some minimum requirements of how close you can be to the property line fence. And until we start construction and start moving up some of the boards, we're not able to verify the height of exactly where that's going to go. So we are committed and paying the NZE fees, assuming we will need them if we need them. And we will submit a final deck layout that meets the, you know, modifications that we are seeking in the minor zoning exemption. So that pretty much wraps it up for Brinkerhoff. I don't know if Pam, you want to jump in, or if does this 15-minute slot include Pam's time as well?
So we'll do is we'll include Pam's for now, but we'll give you some more time as needed if she wants to walk it through in terms of the historic structures report, and then we'll go to public comment for both, so we don't subdivide into 2 portions, because then we're going to do 2 public comments in that. So we'll do we can do both, and then go to public comment for A and B. Okay. So Hannah, do you want to give your summary and findings for your report on these various pieces as well? And
Yeah, I was gonna say that, I think that Sarah explained it, quite succinctly, and Tim, we have some comments, because we did this together, so I don't know if you want to contribute.
Yeah, I'll just add very briefly is that, the substantive, not substantive, but the major changes are legalizing the rear deck, which bridges the two properties. While the deck is, those types of decks are not something found in the late 19th century, the deck is located to the rear of both houses' elevations, so it's not going to be visible from a public viewpoint of the property. Both projects have some benefits for historic preservation. The front house will be returned to single family use, which is its historic use since it was built. And that always helps preserve, historic fabric as the building maintains its historic use. The one-car garage on 520, I'd just like to mention that garage, which was converted to non-garage use, will be returned to use as a garage with a period appropriate door. That will enhance the integrity of the streetscape of the street and on De La Vina, is it? Yeah,
De La Vina.
On De La Vina, pardon. And the changes to the fenestration that Pam recommended were the existing French doors are just divided light down to the base of the door. In the late 19th century, these types of doors, if they did have divided lights, were usually set atop a panel. So it's a panel with divided light glazing above, and we feel that's more appropriate. The deck that is right on the front of the house, it's not on the front of the house, but it's on the corner of the house. It's on the side elevation, basically the west. But we did recommend, as Pam noted, that deck be pushed back so that it's not flush with the wall plane of the street facade on Brinkerhoff, and we feel that's important. The other changes are fairly minor, like adding exhaust vents for the heating system. The rear elevation of the Brinkerhoff house has been altered several times since the late 19th century, as detailed in our report. So the proposed change to the door there is not going to impact historic building fabric. The house, I should mention, both houses are
Structures of merit.
Structures of merit and contributing properties to the Brinkerhoff Landmark District. So in a nutshell, Pam and I believe that both projects are approvable and will actually take away some unfortunate changes that are visible from the street and make the property more historically compatible with its original appearance and function.
And they meet the Secretary of Interior standards.
Okay.
That concludes our
Great.
presentation.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So now in that case, let's go to public comment on this item, for both the historic structures report as well as the actual project. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon to raise your hand, follow the instructions, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And while we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Commissioners, and Mr. Hamilton, no written correspondence was received. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. I do see one hand raised in the audience, Tim Bynack, who I believe is the owner. I'm going to unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And you'll need to just click on your microphone icon in order to make your mic live.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for taking the time to get to this particular project. My wife and I, my wife's name is Gloriana, and we were the people that came to the city council to preserve this 9-block area of Brinkerhoff back in the 80s. And I would just ask that this board and the city support the people that are on Brinkerhoff in the difficulties they have in upkeeping the property. And I don't know what's available through the commission or the like, but I can tell you my neighbors are geriatrics. You know, I'm the young person on the block, and it is difficult to keep these properties up. So we've tried to, we got a Santa Barbara Beautiful Award for this particular building, and we've tried to keep it in, you know, good shape as you see it today. So thanks for your understanding of our requests.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair and Commission, there are no additional hands raised. Back to you for questions.
Ted,
right.
I just wanted to, Ted, quickly, I just wanted to have you mention your communication that you had with Nicole Hernandez.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. Ms. Hernandez, the city's architectural historian, for any members of the public listening, did review this historic structures report with the report preparers and agrees with the report's conclusions and recommendations. And she indicated that she would not have any additional comments on the report other than how Post Hazeltine presented it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, on to the commission then for questions of the report applicant. And considering, unlike we normally do, which usually it's a larger or more complex project, where this seems to be much more items based on directly tied to the report and their assessment, and either restoring things or changing them to things that are more that more appropriate. It seems they're very tied. In other words, unlike other projects where there's more design components and less directly tied to the historic structures report. I think we can do questions of both applicant and the historian in terms of getting through all of our questions, and then we can go to comments after. So questions to any of the applicants, both historic and Commissioner Uli.
I don't have any questions of the historic structures report. It's another quality report by Pam and Tim, so I like that. The question is to the applicant, what are, if there are, constraints about merging the lots so that it's a single lot instead of this business of trying to straddle it?
Yeah, we did look into that, and it was not as desirable by the property owner because he is willing these properties to his children, and he doesn't want them to not be able to be sold independently. Was the biggest reason, but I mean, certainly we looked at that. That would have avoided the need for us to have to do modifications, and certainly that was one of the first things we looked at. But we talked with staff and determined the lot tie agreement would achieve the same thing. We'd have to pay more in fees, but it would allow the property owner to maintain that flexibility. And obviously, if the properties were sold independently, the deck would have to get removed so that it would no longer span the property line.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Jordan.
Just a very quick question. Does the lot tie agreement currently exist?
I'm sorry, are you asking me?
Yes, to
Okay,
the applicant or
no,
staff.
It does not currently exist. This is a project proposal. This is concept review. This is our proposal of how to abate the violations. So this is our first pass with you. If you like where we're going, that's where we'll go.
Okay, Commissioner Mahan, were you the next person?
Yeah, I think Mr. Hazeltine commented that typically speaking, this vintage of architecture did not have decks, but because this is in the rear yard, it's not too important. But given the fact that sometimes less is more, I wondered if we needed that little railing around the tree, and if that was taken away, it wouldn't be a little bit cleaner. Did this historic structures report comment on any kind of details like that?
Should we answer that question?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Brumheim? We didn't specifically speak about the railing around the trunk of the avocado tree. We understood that, to be honest, we thought the height of the deck might have required some
kind of
sort of barrier
railing.
so someone wouldn't fall against the tree trunk. But certainly it could be, if it could be removed, that would be beneficial.
Visually, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at that location, we don't have, you know, like I said, on the Brinkerhoff side, especially, we're on grade. It drops towards the De La Vina side, and we can't confirm exactly where the height is until we start lifting up boards, like I said. But certainly around the tree, it should be no problem to remove that. We can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, as muted, Commissioner Edmonds.
Thank you. Do I understand the previous comment about the lot tie agreement? If the commission approves your request today, then you would move forward to engage.
Correct. You wouldn't be, yeah, the lot tie agreement is not part of the project scope of your review today. It's just our explanation of how it is that we're even able to propose a deck over this line. So we would have to develop that agreement with the city and record that against the title of both properties.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, other questions? I had one question. If we actually zoom in on the elevation in the bottom right, the door that's being changed out, I think. So the door on this is being changed, but the glass light above it, the transom light, is that staying the same?
Yes, as far as I,
Okay.
yeah. It's just an open glass, yeah.
And just to chime in, there is a door on the front porch, a side door, and it has this, that was the inspiration.
Yeah.
And that door has a transom, a single light, and then wood panels at the base. And you can see that in figure 6 of the Brinkerhoff report on page 15.
Yeah. This would
Okay,
be
can we jump to that?
glazing rather than more.
It's figure
I
15.
think it's a different,
Yeah, no, it's figure 15.
Pardon,
No,
figure
figure
6,
six.
page 15, beg your pardon. There you go. So that's an original door.
okay, there it is. Gotcha. So that's the inspiration for the others.
Yes.
That makes sense. You're not, follow-up question, you're not planning on changing the trim work around that back door, are you? The back door with the same one we're talking about on the back side.
Not just
If you go to the drawing shows a different, it shows it shows like two of the rails that stick out at the top. Yeah.
I think that's just
showing the double ears kind of popping out. But that's not, you're not proposing changing that, right?
No, we had
trim.
not. We can look at
Okay.
a photograph if
Yeah, I think there's a photograph of it that wasn't, I think it only shows
we
it.
can at least see exactly how it looks now.
Yeah, just to confirm.
there it is.
Oh, there it was.
Actually, there might, yeah, maybe that was, I think there's one more. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're right. You can zoom in there. Yeah, okay. So that whole orange or whatever it is, the burnt, that's staying the same, right? Okay.
And Mr. Chair, it only looks like those nibs are on the top, not the middle.
Yeah, we can remove that from the plans to clarify that.
Okay. And the multitude of acorns on the top of the newel posts everywhere, those are being kept?
We had not talked about that. We talked about increasing the rail height, but
Okay. And then Yeah, the finials on the top, those, looks like they're acorns, finials. Was there any thought on those from the historians in terms of if you were modifying this, not including them?
Well, they're not historic, so, I mean, we consider them a fairly minor design detail that could be removed without causing any sort of impact. Or not, but they're not substantive impacts to the visual integrity of the building.
I mean, they certainly, would be, historically, compatible. They're not usual to use that kind of design, in the late 19th century. But, they could be easily simple or have, kind of acorn finial.
Okay, thank you. That's it for other questions, Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, would you back up a slide or two? Please? One more. No, then go forward from where we were with the door. Oh, right there. Is that a window there that I see straight ahead?
The other house? The one they live.
Yeah, in the yellow house.
Yeah.
Is that window been added? I mean, it certainly isn't. It is not of the same era as the rest of the windows.
You're correct. Yes.
Yeah.
That does look like it was, perhaps, the doors around me, the windows around may be the same, but the window definitely looks like it's not the sash type window, but so it could have been a replacement.
To add to that, that window was a later alteration when some modifications were made to the rear of the cottage facing De La Vina. Likely put in sometime in the late, the teens or the 20s, just there's not a permit for it, but it was done, the frame itself is old, so it's been there a long while.
All right, Commissioner Lenvik, any other questions?
No, I just see it as being out of character, and I don't know that it's important enough to me to worry about, but it may be to others.
Mr. Chair?
The Vice Chair House.
If we could return to that picture of the door with the transom. There we go. Ms. Bronsted, when you mentioned that you have to change the height of the rails, were you speaking of these?
Yes.
Because as long as those handrails are 34 to 38, the 42-inch doesn't apply to handrails on a stair.
We also have the deck rail.
Yeah, if you have guardrails elsewhere, then those would need to be 42 if you're 30 inches above grade. But these, as long as they're 34 to 38, are fine. The cross-sectional grip area might be an issue with the building department, though.
Okay.
And they might not even be 34. They look awfully low.
Yeah, but they're in there.
We could actually probably just look on the plans to check, or I could do that later if.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a thing that you check anyways when you are going forward. Because I don't think the plans are exactly exact on that point. Okay, other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mahan.
Backing up to the guardrail comment, since if you go back to that last section there where it shows the steps, shows that it's an elevation shows the steps, and you back up to that. Yeah, there you go. See, there's only 4 risers, and so probably this deck is only 24 inches or less from grade. You see the grade goes up toward the left. So I don't believe you need a guardrail unless it's 30 inches.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think this grade may not be drawn completely correct.
Okay, but in any event,
we'll make it work. Whatever.
We have a photograph of those steps. Can you go to that photograph of those steps?
Yeah.
And the plans do call out the height of the deck by the steps. I just don't remember it offhand.
The steps to the deck, not to the house. The steps to the deck. That shows the deck. There you go. Just a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5 times 6, well, maybe 30 inches. You have to check that out. Yeah. Okay.
But that
Thank
doesn't
you.
apply to the actual handrails. You don't need a guardrail in addition to that on a residential stair.
Mr. Chair, I call for the
Yeah.
question. I think the building department
Yeah.
can work out the railings and the
Yeah,
handrail.
I think we should move on. Okay, so any other questions before we get to comments and then send this on its way to where we're sending it? Any other questions? All right. So now let's go into comments. Let's go into comments and then we'll look at whether we accept the report as our first step, and then we'll go to whether whatever comes after that, whether it's acceptance of the project or not, or comments with it. This is for conceptual review only. Is that correct?
Yes.
To Mr. Hamilton and then to Commissioner Lilly after.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. This project is here for concept review only at this time. The next step would be to staff hearing officer for consideration of the modifications.
Gotcha. All right, Commissioner Lilly.
So I'm sure this is coming back to us at some point. Right. I see this largely as a code enforcement effort, not really a design project, modify the property effort. I'm comfortable with the historic structures report. I think it was thorough, conclusive, and informative. When the project comes back, I'm sure that the various gaps in the information and details will be tightened up so that we can make an approval out of it if we so choose. But I'm comfortable with it and ready to make a motion on the HSR if anybody else is.
All right. And other comments that are in difference to that or in addition? Otherwise, all right, not hearing any. Go for it, Commissioner Uli. Let's go with the report first, and then we'll go to the project after.
I move that the commission accept the HSR as drafted.
I'll second that.
All right, so we'll say Commissioner Jordan for the second. And would the firster and the seconder accept the modification of adding an S to the HSR report? So that's the HSSR.
Picky.
All right.
I don't approve of that. No, sure.
All right. And under discussion, any other discussion? All right. In that case, let's have a roll call vote for the historic structures report.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yep.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
All right. So now let's go to the part A, the concept review. Any other discussion or someone wants to make a motion? And I think actually, why don't I do this? I'll take a shot at summarizing the comment space that I heard, and then because we're just for concept review. So, what's that, Commissioner Lee?
It would be a motion to continue, correct? Because it's
Yeah.
just constant.
Yeah. So, and then with a motion to continue with the following comment, that in general, we find the proposed project following the historic structures report analysis to be acceptable. The few additional pieces of change or additional study are to do with whether the guardrail is necessary or not, what the distances are, and other, obviously other code issues that will be what's it called, discovered or developed as it goes along. But in general, I think that those were the project as it has been put forth is in general acceptable. And is that anything I'm missing on that?
I'll second that.
Well, someone needs to make it first.
Well,
No,
I assume that the vice chair assumed that I made the motion, and so I will take over the assumption I made that motion.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Uli, seconded by Vice Chair House. Under discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Discussion? Oh, yes, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. I would also add a comment in about the aesthetic appropriateness of the deck encroaching into the setback for staffing officer purposes.
That it is being modified to be certain portions to be modified to respect the historic structure, and that the portions that are remaining are acceptable as designed in terms of the aesthetics of the building. Is that where you're going with it, or is there something else?
Yes, it would be to evaluate the encroachment's aesthetic appropriateness and relationship and consistency to the applicable guidelines on the project. And I believe those guidelines would be the neighborhood preservation ordinance and historic resources findings. And Ms. Swanson can correct me on that if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we won't have to make those findings till it comes back, if it comes back. But my own opinion about it is they are separate parcels. There shouldn't be anything straddling the property line or close to the property line that doesn't fit within the zoning requirements. And if it does, the lot should be merged, because there's no guarantee in the future when the lots are sold separately that that compliance would occur. That's my own opinion about it. But so with respect to those, my sentiment about those findings is that I think they are tough to make because it is straddling the property line.
I think it could be handled with a deed restriction, which the city might require.
Yeah, could be. I suppose that's for the lawyers to sort out.
Yep.
Now, Mr. Hamilton, were you saying that, so was there something else that you needed us to weigh in on, like the modification or the aesthetic nature of the deck for the modification, or what? Let's see.
Yes, just as normal, when a design review board is evaluating a request for modification, at the concept review stage, just providing comments regarding the aesthetic appropriateness and the relationship to the guidelines that modification has is important. So I think, you've essentially said it in a certain sense. Maybe if Ms. Swanson is...
Let me give a quick shot because I think there were some comments particularly that we brought out. One was removal of the railing around the avocado tree and removal of guardrail if possible to meet, if it still meets code. But basically the removal, which will be the lessening of the effect of the deck, or at least as a minimal level. That would be sort of what would be on the supportable side of things, is what I was hearing from the various commissioners, that it would be more in keeping with in keeping enough with it that it did not seem to detract from the house and from the neighborhood. Is that right? Commissioner Uli and then Commissioner Mahan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would agree with that. It lessens the overall impact.
Yeah.
Sure.
And Commissioner Mahan?
Is the Delavina house also a structure of merit?
Yes. Yes.
Another question that I failed to ask: if this deck were modified so that it didn't cross the property line, how wide would the deck be?
If we go to the last page of this set on the screen, you can zoom in here. Probably on the top, yeah. Let's see, we would have.
It basically cuts the stair about 1/3, so Yeah.
And you would
because
have
the
to have
stair-
a fence.
It looks like the deck would still be about 6 feet wide. Is that true? Approximately true?
It's like approximately 6 or 7 feet, maybe. That even once you got a fence in there, that even a little more. That's
My feeling, Mr. Chair, is that that a deck that is 6 feet wide is an acceptable deck. And I believe that the deck is constructed now diminishes the other structural, the other historic resource on Delavina Street. And I don't think I can support, I can't support this proposal to go across the property line because I don't think that it's appropriate for the Delavina historic structure, and it diminishes it. And I believe that cutting the deck back to 6 feet in width is still an acceptable deck. So I will not be able to support the first item.
okay. Commissioner Uli, any other?
I suppose, thank you. I suppose I would agree with the general comment about that. You know, you basically cut a 6-inch path down the middle of this deck and put a fence in, which is essentially what you would do if they were individual owners. And whatever the width of the deck was from the house to the fence is what it is. And they each have their own stair to get on and off of it. You know, that's what would happen in the real world. I'm not quite sure that decks are necessarily, and you know, our zoning folks will tell us, decks can encroach in the setback. I mean, it's not a structure. You know, it can go right up to the fence, I suppose. And so I think that's practically what will happen at some point in the future. So why doesn't it happen now?
Am I allowed to chime in, or do I need to wait till the end of?
No, we're in comments right now.
Okay.
All right, and
All right.
so at the end we'll circle back and see if there's any questions or anything. Commissioner Edmond.
I understand what Commissioner Mahan is talking about. However, you know, we have a situation where in practicality, we have a single owner of 2 properties and they have a valid estate planning issue. And so I think that accommodating them now so that they can have an appropriate estate plan for their children seems, in my opinion, the way to go. And it could pose absolutely no problems down in the future. If it does pose a problem in the future, then they can come back. So I would vote to have the deck, you know, in both yards contiguous.
Remain as is.
Remain as is.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli.
I suppose then, using that logic, the trigger is when the property sells. It's got to go through zoning clearance and title clearance and all that other business, and this is going to pop up and will have to be solved at some point in the future.
Yeah, it seems like that as well to me. I would just want to throw one more, talking about the deck in specific. I don't feel that the deck harms either side of the properties, even though they're both historic resources. But I don't find that on either way, whether you put a fence down the middle or not, the back deck on one and the back deck on the other is not really harming the resource. I think it's pretty minimal. If we can get rid of the railing, all the better. But I find it pretty minimal. Sorry, someone else was about to say something.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I was just going to say I agree with you, and I agree with Commissioner Edmonds that doesn't harm the historic resources, and it could be removed in the future. And I think it's aesthetically acceptable because it simplifies the layout of decks instead of having 2 separate decks. So I think from that standpoint, the modification is acceptable.
All right. Any other comments before we get a vote on this? At least we can.
I would call for the question.
All right. Anyone else?
I just
Okay.
wanted to say one more thing, if I may. before?
Sure,
Oh, okay.
but
I
real,
just-
real fast.
Yeah, I just was speaking back to the nature, like where the first slide that we looked at, where we looked at the development of the neighborhood, how, you know, many of the properties were developed sort of as one, even if, and a lot of them are, in fact, one parcel from Brinkerhoff to De La Vina, just to remind you.
Thank
So
you.
historically,
Yeah.
historically.
Gotcha. No, that's a good point. Okay, so in that, anything else? And otherwise, we're going to go to vote. All right, roll call vote, please.
Can we hear the motion
Oh,
again?
sure. Yes, please.
All right, so the motion is to continue indefinitely with the following comments. In general, the proposed project is acceptable. Further study of the guardrail is necessary. Show distances and address other code issues as the project continues. And the deck does not harm the historic resources. It can be removed in the future and is aesthetically acceptable because it provides simplification. And the motion was made by Uli and seconded by House.
And actually, I would say that there's, I believe part of it was also that if, to the extent possible, the deck guardrail should be lessened or removed to the extent possible by code. That
Okay,
was, wasn't that
add that
also in? Okay, yeah. And that includes around the avocado tree and wherever else.
I think that's consistent with what we discussed.
Okay, great. Commissioner Mahan, are you good with that feedback and that layout of it?
I understand now the motion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Who was that? Was that Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to confirm that that motion was for continuance to the staff hearing officer.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the next step.
That is correct, Mr. Hamilton.
And the seconder?
Okay with the second.
Okay. All right, roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
No.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
All right. Thank you to the applicant and our applicants. And then to, now we are on for item 4 next. But we are almost an hour behind. We're 52 minutes behind or so. But let's take a short break and let's come back at 4:45 in 7 minutes. Do a 7-minute break and be back.
Can we take item 4 and just do it right now? It's the same project.
De La Vina.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my mistake. Sorry. Just looking at time. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, I was just looking at the times for it. Yeah, let's stick on. Is everyone good with sticking on item 4 and then getting through that, and then we'll take a break for item 5?
Oh, sure.
All right, great. Okay, let's do that. Sorry about that. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Thanks, Commissioner Levick. Yeah, Commissioner Rulli.
Since the matter has already been heard, can we announce the item and go to public comment? So we don't have to listen to the entire presentation again.
That sounds. Sorry. Let's go to the applicant to confirm that there wouldn't be any more to.
We did.
They don't want to present any more for this.
You know, we do have a different set of photos and a different set of plans and a different project description. We were asked to divide it in 2. So if you guys want to take a quick break, we can. Otherwise, I think we could punch through it much quicker than we did with Brinkerhoff. Up to you.
Okay, so I'll let the commission decide. Does anyone want to take a break, or is everyone ready with keeping on going?
Forge ahead.
All right. All right, let's do it. On to item 4. This is for 520 De La Vina Street. This is for concept review. It's a new item, conversion of existing garage to a storage building and legalization of uncovered parking space in the existing driveway. A waiver from Historic Landmarks Commission to allow the uncovered parking is required. A lot tie agreement would allow the permitting of an as-built deck at the rear of the structure that spans across the property line to the adjoining property. Site improvements such as demolition of an as-built trash enclosure, new doors, and removal of an as-built sink in the proposed storage building, and the new operable gate across the driveway are proposed. All violations listed in the enforcement case would be abated. And this is for concept review. No final bill appeal will be taken during this hearing. That's for Part A. For Part B, it's requesting acceptance of a draft 2 phases historic structures site report prepared by Post Hazeltine. Report concluded the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, implementation of the proposed project would have less than significant Class 3 impact and on the significant historic resource at 520 De La Vina and the surrounding Brinkerhoff Avenue landmark district. All right, well, welcome again.
Okay.
If you want to take us through the presentation,
Sure.
Just stick to this order, concept review, and then the historic structures.
Okay, so Sarah Bronsad, Vanguard Planning. I just wanted to clarify on your project description, there was a leftover comment from a previous iteration of our plan, which described that we were going to propose a wood gate across the driveway. We are no longer proposing that, so that will not be before you today, but it was still on that slide. So just you might want to correct that for the record and your end. But here we are. So same neighborhood, same streets. You can go to the next slide. So we're just talking about the house abutting 523 Brinkerhoff. Next slide. Here's the street elevation from De La Vina. And it'll be behind the vegetation view next. Yeah, thank you. Simple, small bungalow. Next. No changes are proposed to the residents. The violations that were cited on this property did not involve the structure itself. So the violations involved what you see adjacent to the structure here is the trash enclosure that's built across a driveway. There is a driveway under the trash enclosure that leads to that one-car garage in the back. So the fence across the driveway and this enclosure will be removed as part of this project to abate that violation. And behind the fence, next, is the one-car garage. And this was converted to a hair salon, sort of. It had a sink in it and someone was cutting hair in it. Not really a salon, but you know what I mean. So the doors were obviously replaced. The original garage door is not there. I believe this was built in 1923. Pam, correct me if I'm wrong. And so part of our project, we are proposing to remove those glass doors, put in a door true to the time that was cut. We found one that can work, and if that's no longer available, we'll do a custom one to match. And that will be images of that on our plans and also in the historic structures report. We're also proposing to just, restore that visual connection from De La Vina to this structure to restore its use as a garage. Next slide. Here are the other sides of the garage. The rear facing Brinkerhoff is the purple. And this door will be replaced with the half-light door that we were speaking of on the previous project. And yeah, that's next slide. Here are street neighborhood compatibility views to give you an idea of the age and size of the structures surrounding the property. You can go ahead. and keep going. Across the street, other side of De La Vina Street. Other side of De La Vina Street as well. Okay, and then here are the plans for the project. And I'm just gonna pull up my list here. Okay, so part of this project, you know, obviously we already talked about the deck. That is part of this project too, because it of the lot tie agreement. So the rear deck we've touched on quite heavily. So let's zoom in on this and just look at this garage. So actually the top view, the existing plan, just to show you what we're going to do. There you go. So you could see the dotted lines represent the doors that will be replaced, and the trash enclosure that be removed. The fence across the driveway will be removed. We were going to propose a low, like, sliding gate for the cars just to have some protection there, but we opted out of that. And we will remove the plumbing fixtures from the garage that was installed, and so we will restore its use back to its original purpose when constructed. And like I've said, no improvements to the residence are proposed or required. And the deck is the other part of that project. The lot tie is part of this project. And see if I'm missing anything on my list. Same things, you know, permit the stair lights, the guardrail heights. We may have to remove a portion of the deck on this side of the property. On the De La Vina side, as I said, it slopes down. The deck is on grade at Brinkerhoff, and the grade below the deck drops. So we will confirm to make sure that we are 3 feet away from the property line if we exceed the 10 inches. And let me just read the exact language here. We will remove the portion of the rear deck with 3 feet of the property line and greater than 18 inches in the interior setback. We are requesting a minor zoning exemption to allow the portion of the rear deck to be greater than 10 inches, but less than 18 inches in the remaining 3 feet portion. So it's a bit confusing. I don't think you guys can see my mouse, but let's move to the proposed. If you could scroll down, and I'll try to give a
we can't see your mouse, so
too bad. Okay, so if you look on by the avocado tree, that property line of De La Vina, where it says 12, so like starting from that fence, you're not allowed to have a deck abut a property line if it exceeds 10 inches. And so because we haven't exactly figured out where it hits that 10 inch under there, we assume it does. So we're just asking for the NZE. We're just going to pull it back so that we don't exceed, the 10 inches, or rather if it exceeds the 10 inches, we'll pull it back. And then if the remaining portion exceeds 18 inches, we'll pull it back. But we're asking for a modification to allow it to remain to exceed 18 inches in that remaining 3 feet portion. So at the maximum it could get pulled back would be 3 feet. But again, once we have verified those heights, we will have a better dimensioned drawn in deck. We're basically asking for this additional minor zoning exemption in case it's necessary. It's a couple $100 in fees, so we went ahead and just included it.
Okay.
Hopefully that was simple enough for you. And also you could see clear here, it's the max deck height on the other side is 2 feet 4 inches. So we are under 30 inches there. And it does show that we're doing a 42 inch guardrail along the stairs, although that arrow should probably get moved to the portion of the actual guardrail portion of the deck, not the handrail portion. So we'll address that before we see you again next time.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation? And then, well, I guess Coach Hazeltine, if you wanted to give your summary as well, and then we can move into public comment for this.
Just to briefly go over the comments we made for the 523 Brinkerhoff report, we feel the changes, the proposed alterations to the garage will enhance the historic integrity of the resource by returning the building to a garage use with a driveway linking it to De La Vina, which is the historic pattern. The alterations to the non-historic window and door on the garage are supportable, as the replacement door and windows are in character with the architecture of the cottage. And that's in a very summarized, that summarizes our comments.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? Vice Chair House.
Do we have elevations of the garage showing the proposed garage door replacement?
Yeah. Actually, if you look on page 35 of our report on figure 22, they're there.
Or here, we have it right here. Okay.
Yeah. There you go, at the
Thank you.
bottom.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And before we get into questions, as long as the presenters are done with their presentation, we can go into public comment. Are you good with that, Host Hazeltine? Ms. Bronsberg?
Correct.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. All right. So let's go into public comment. Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon and follow the instructions, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending my webinar and would like to give verbal public comment, please click on the hand icon shown on screen. I do see a hand raised by Tim Boynak. Tim Boynak, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't have any comments. I got booted off and I'm coming back on at the present time. So thanks for thinking of me.
No problem. That's what we do.
Okay, and I should confirm with Ms. Ternovskaya whether we received any written correspondence on this item.
Thank you, commissioners, and Mr. Hamilton. No written public comment was received for this item. Back to you.
Thank
And Ted,
you.
do you want to mention your communication with Nicole Hernandez?
For the record, again, yes, Ms. Hernandez, the city's architectural historian, has reviewed the HSSR and the project and agrees with the report's conclusions and recommendations. And there are no additional hands raised. So at this time, we can move back to questions from the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commissioners for questions about the report or the project. Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, the side elevations of the garage show the window much lower than it showed in the photographs. Is there really an intention to lower those windows, or is that just a drafting error?
It's a drafting error that we can fix.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. If there's no other questions, we can go into comments or discussion. All right, so commissioners, what thoughts on this?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan and then Commissioner Uli.
The request that the commission should allow an uncovered parking space, I guess maybe it's a question rather than a comment. Why aren't they putting the car in the garage?
Yes, so the question.
So we are not proposing an uncovered parking space. That may have been a leftover. At one point, I thought that that may be necessary because of the garage size, because it's undersized for today's standard car. But staff clarified they didn't particularly want that. And also it's because of, it's basically legal non-conforming with the current size that we can just put in the garage door and use it as a garage.
So they'll tie up an own a mini for the title.
So the description is incorrect then, and we can strike the request to the commission to allow an uncovered parking space. Is that correct?
That's correct. And also, like I mentioned, we should, in that city description, in the beginning slides, we should eliminate the mention of a sliding gate across the driveway.
With those comments, Mr. Chair, I can support the request as submitted and approve the
We already did the HSR.
historic structures.
Oh, for the first one, no, not for Brinker. No.
All right.
Just to clarify that we have 2 HSSRs, so there's another report that we need an approval on.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Mahan, were you offering a motion to approve the HSR for 520 Delavina Street?
I am.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Mahan, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion. All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a
Right.
motion. I'll make a motion to continue the project, but if, as part of the motion, that the two be combined because we're dealing with a single owner and divvying them up is just terribly confusing. It's a single owner with 2 properties, 1 project. It should be heard as a single item.
All right, to staff, is there any issue with with pushing it forward as a single thing? Mr. Hamilton or anyone?
Hi, Commissioners.
Ms. Swanson?
My name is Stephanie Swanson. I am the planner on these 2 projects. They are separate PLN accounts. They are separate APNs, separate legal lots. And so we've advised the applicant to have it as 2 separate items.
But
I apologize for the confusion.
But can't we hear it as 1 item? It could be an A and a B on a single noticed item. Does it have to be 2? Because, they cross, the information is, crossing, but I don't know. It just, it seems cumbersome to me. I really don't care how you run your business, but it just is very cumbersome and confusing. With a
I
single
think we
owner.
need to double check with the city attorney's office on that. But bare minimum, we would need comments and findings for both parcels.
I could get that logic if they were owned by individual people who were not the same person. But anyway, my motion is to continue the item indefinitely until it comes back to us.
I will second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House, under discussion. I guess one part of that discussion would be the garage, sorry, not the garage, the trash enclosure as shown in the elevation in the bottom that we're looking at right now, bottom detail 9, I don't know, is that what it is? Yeah, right there. So is that being proposed, and if so, okay, and just with the clarification of making sure that we're including or not including all the pieces. So to the applicant.
Yeah, the gate is we're proposing to take away the fencing across the driveway, but there's that existing gate that is, just provides privacy into the side yard from the street. It's a busy street, high traffic on the sidewalk.
Okay, and that's sorry, is that existing?
Yeah, and it's on the plans.
Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted existing to remain. Okay,
It just was showing two elevations, one with the gate, one without, you know.
This is ridiculous.
okay.
You're fine.
That was the confusing part. Okay. Okay. So, all right. With that, any other questions or discussion with we've got a motion and a second. So, anything else? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right, I'll start with Vice Chair House,
Aye.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds, Commissioner Edmonds.
Oh, she had to leave.
She's left.
Oh yeah,
I
she's
think
leave
she's
right at
left.
5.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Okay.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right.
you.
So, and now thank you. And we did make up time. You were right. And so we're now only, let's see, 25 minutes behind. So let's take a, let's say 8-minute break, or let's say make it 10. 10-minute break, and we'll see you guys, everyone at 5:10. All right. Historic Landmarks Commission, July 7th, 2021. All right, so we are on item 5, 36 West Korea Street. This is a pre-application review. Pre-application design review consultation to obtain preliminary feedback on proposed electric vehicle charging station. The proposed project consists of 20 fast charging electric vehicle chargers and an amenity area for customers, a new wood trellis, and new landscaping. This is for comments only. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. All right. So, Mr. Hamilton, do you have anything for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few brief comments. We have the applicant here to present the project. Just wanted to clarify that this is a pre-application consultation. This is not a formal application. So the applicant is just seeking initial concepts on the project design at this point. There won't be a formal motion. A summary of comments would suffice. And in addition, just to let you know, if this were submitted as a formal application, this type of project, given that it's considered a fueling station, would require a performance standard permit reviewed by the staff hearing officer. And if you have any questions about that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Ms. Coletta.
All right. Great, thank you. All right, so is the applicant here?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, I don't think my webcam will work, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Great, okay. It is popping up and definitely wants me to use my webcam. So we'll see if I can get out of here. Yeah, so hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Lauren Paletta, project manager with Electrify America. As Ted said, recapped, we're a fast charging network throughout the United States and Canada a little bit as well. But we have a significant amount of infrastructure that we are planning with throughout California. And Santa Barbara is definitely a target market for us. We do not currently have any chargers within Santa Barbara. We're working on one a bit smaller, but this is a larger concept that we think is just a really star property right in the middle of downtown, 1 block off of State Street. So we were aware when sourcing out the property that it is within the historic district. So we've done our best to stay within the design guidelines here. Really, the concept was already explained, really just trying to add some shade and an amenity for our customers, as well as, beautifying the space and making it aesthetically pleasing for the community and passersby. But ultimately, the main program is the charging. So we did find a way to screen some of the electrical equipment, which we think is, more or less not as beautiful, and really make it a great experience for people. So yeah, we think that we've maximized the space here and really just looking for specific feedback related to the design and how we've adhered to the historic guidelines here. So let me know if there are any specific questions about our design.
Okay. Yeah, so you'll, as you see from the timer, I should have mentioned at the beginning, you'll have 15 minutes to kind of walk us through the design. You don't have to use all the 15 minutes, but 15 minutes to walk us through the design, and then we'll go into public comments, and then to the commission for questions and comments. So that'll be how we kind of we'll roll it through. Okay, so go ahead and take us through the project.
So can I control this screen to go through the plan?
Unfortunately, it's got to be via Mr. Bolton, and you can just tell him go to the next slide, and then try to describe where to point if you want to point to something. But it's
Okay, very good. So let's.
So you just have to direct us.
Okay, great, love it. All right, let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Let's go to, yeah, we could keep going here. This is just some inspiration that we got locally, and you can see, yeah, the tile from the design guidelines. This is the overall site plan. Let's stay here for a minute. You can see each of the stalls, you know, our charging equipment. They're 8-foot tall cabinets, more or less. This is what we call like the end zone configuration. So it's out of the parking area entirely. Up on a concrete curb, we do have 2 spaces for accessible that you can see in the bottom left. So this is really, we've maximized this area. This is about as small as we can get for the most amount of cars to be able to come in and charge. And then you will see through the drive aisle on the right that kind of loops around, yes, where the cursor is. That we have made possible for a longer truck with a trailer, because we're seeing more and more SUVs and trucks that are electric vehicles. So we're just trying to keep up with the demand and, you know, the changing sizes of cars here. So that is a unique feature that we have not installed yet in the country, but we want to make that available. So you can see it does take up a significant amount of real estate, but we find that that's important. Just going back, Electrify America wants to, you know, be the main charger for lots of different vehicles. You know, besides Tesla, every vehicle can charge with us, to my knowledge. So in the top right, you see a majority of our equipment, yeah, tucked into this small corner of the property. We just felt that that was naturally, with the space, a great place for the equipment to go. It's tucked away from the public. And just to give you a sense for the space, there is the bus depot just north in this plan view. So there's already an existing concrete wall that's maybe about 10 feet high. So we just think that the screening is natural back in that corner. Again, making this really efficient with the power equipment that we need. This is really just power. And then towards the front on Chapala Street, in the left corner, you can see that that is the utility. Just because of SCE, who's the local utility for electrical, they have to have, you know, access and clearance. So we could not tuck that equipment back in there. And then the remaining portion at the corner, corner of Corrido and Chapala, is the amenity space. And so this is a bit flexible right now as far as the program, but we really just want to have a place where people can hang out while they're charging. A full charge typically with the newer vehicles takes about 30 minutes. So we see people coming in and spending a little bit of time, more than you would at a gas station, obviously. So you can go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you guys not hear me there?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry. My headphones are acting up. Okay. So yeah, this is just overhead view. You can see the trellis component that we do want some feedback on, that we felt blended in with the surrounding area and the historic guidelines. We think that this, you know, achieves a sense of shading and is, you know, related to the Santa Barbara surrounding area. So you can keep going. Next slide. Just another view here at the street level. In our discussions with planners, they were talking about having this corner activated is really important. Just a note about the signage here, the signage pieces that I think we also want feedback on. We were just mirroring there is actually a gas station on the opposite corner here. So we were taking examples from the neighborhood. I think there's a very similar sign, just like this one. So that was our design intent there. Next slide. This is another view on the right. You can see the exit driveway for the truck pull-in, as well as the larger set of chargers on the left. I don't know if I noted it before, but the truck drive-through would be one-way traffic. And you can go to the next slide. This is just the view from Carrillo, or I think this might be Chapala, actually. I think that's incorrect. But on the left, I just wanted to note that that is the covering that we tried to shield the utility equipment. It's very large and bulky, so that was our attempt. And it is open on the other side so that the utility can access. We can go to the next slide. Here's an interior view. Yeah, just adding in landscape elements that we thought applied or were code required, as well as just a nice indoor-outdoor environment for our customers. Next slide. Yep, same view. So I think this might be the end of the presentation. Hopefully you got a good sense for the entire site. Any comments on, I don't know if you get into the details of landscape and things, but this was just our initial shot, and we wanted to make sure that we were heading in the right direction architecturally and conceptually. Just to reiterate, there are some elements such as the equipment footprint, what we need to provide for the utility, as well as power cabinets to our actual dispenser equipment, what we call the chargers. That is relatively fixed. So the remaining property on the space, we really wanted to make usable for customers and open and usable for the community, I guess, as well. And yeah, we're very excited to bring, hopefully, charging infrastructure to downtown Santa Barbara.
All right, great. So does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
All right. Okay, great. So we'll go to public comment now, and then we'll come back to the commission for questions and comments. All right, so any member of the public can comment on this item by clicking on the green arrow hand icon, following the instructions, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you. No written public comment was received for this item. Back to you.
Okay, I do see several members of the public in attendance, but no hands raised at this time. So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, back to you for questions.
All right. Okay, to the commission for questions. Who wants to start off? Commissioner Mahan, and then Commissioner Uli.
This is a question to staff. This applicant, when this applicant came in to ask for this the presentation to the Historic Landmarks Commission, did you provide them with or suggest that they should get a copy of our EPV guidelines?
We did, I believe, discuss it, and that is about where we left it.
So I guess my question then is to the applicant, did the applicant get the El Pueblo Viejo guidelines and review them?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the applicant, can you describe how the shade / trellis / structure is to be constructed, the materials to be used, and finishes?
Yes, the plan is to have it, I think we're looking into a wood composite material for durability, but the aesthetics are intended to be a natural wood, a bit of a darker grain that you can see in the renderings. Yeah, it would be. Yes, correct. composite wood grain. I will not be able to answer on structure if that's what you're asking, but yeah, from an aesthetic would be this darker wood grain.
I was going to
Okay.
wait for, thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up, I was going to wait for Commissioner Mahan to weigh in on the details of the trellis. It's
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
cross beam joist and sticks on the top. So Commissioner Mahan, I'll leave that question to you to query, but I'm sure that all of us have the same concern.
I guess that'll be in comments and not in questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair House.
I'm curious about the business model. So do people put nickels and dimes into these machines in order to get a charge, or is it free? And then it says cafe seating. Is there some kind of cafe associated with this? Or is it just basically, if they have their lunch with them, they can sit there and get a charge?
So your first question, it is a paid service, much like a gas station. I hate to compare the two, but yes, you would put a credit card in. We have an app that you can pay through the app at the point of sale at the actual charger. So that's how that works.
Okay. And is there a cafe associated with this?
So there could be. I think we do plan to have some sort of vending amenity, whether it's exactly a cafe, but yeah, it's not just seating. We haven't quite worked it out, but we want to have some sort of separate vending and pay for per coffee or whatever it is.
Yeah. And I'm also curious because somebody told me the other day that Teslas and the like take like 12 hours to charge. And I thought, well, how could that work for anybody, especially if you're on a trip and you need to recharge? And I looked it up and I basically found that. Now I know there are fast charging things, but you're saying a half hour. Will these machines charge any electric car in half an hour or only certain ones?
Most electric vehicles, the newer ones especially, I'm trying to think about the specifics, but maybe the first electric vehicles that came out, they're not able to accept the amount of kilowatts that we have with the fast chargers that make it 30 minutes. So it's all about the newer cars are coming out and able to accept more power, essentially, that makes it faster. So yes, most cars except Teslas. Teslas need a special converter to use our chargers. But pretty much every other manufacturer can charge, and the newer ones within the past 5 years can fit that 30-minute model.
Okay. And do you have any idea where the nearest Electrify America, is that what it's called? Yeah. Similar station is located to us if we wanted to go take a drive in our electric or non-electric car to go see one?
Yes, definitely. We do have a site in Camarillo at the premium outlet, and I'm wondering if we have one in Ojai as well. It might not be open just yet, but I can definitely follow up. Camarillo might be the nearest one.
Okay. And you don't really have any specific information on what the composite wood material is? I mean, is it a finish on steel or is it a plastic or?
I do not have the answer. We're just not that far along yet. We do not intend to have it be a steel structure for sure. We want it to be, I mean, there's so many different materials coming out now. I just think a typical wood we're worried about with the size, the durability, and maintaining that look. So we can definitely follow up with what we end up selecting as that composite material. But I'm not thinking like a wood cladding or anything.
Okay. That's my questions.
All right. Commissioner Lendick, did you have, I think you were raising your hand, and then Commissioner Jordan.
I was raising my hand. The question I have is, do you normally cover the charging area? I mean, you've got a trellis here. You normally put a trellis up or a roof or you leave them open?
Yes, so that is a design that we did not start out initially 4 years ago when we started building these. But we found that our customers have, again, similar to gas stations, there is a shade component, and we found that it is more convenient for people to have some sort of structure to, especially in Southern California, Central California, protecting from the sun. So we do have a few sites that we are retroactively going back to and adding canopies, which we're trying to do as many solar as we can. That was our initial design here. And we received some feedback that the solar canopies that we're installing at other places just would not align with the Pueblo Viejo guidelines. So this is our aim at still having the canopy structure. We thought about putting solar panels up here, and I just don't think it's going to work with the construction.
Yes. Okay. It's interesting. I think in this part of town, and it's really, I guess, a comment. So I'll stop with that one question. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Gordon?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Paletta, I understand you represent Electrify America, correct?
Yes, correct.
But the images, the drawings also have Gensler on. What is Gensler's role?
Gensler is our architect. Yep, they have helped us design the solar canopy design. So we brought them in to help us here at the site.
Do you know what the dimension is from the ground to the bottom of the trellis?
From the ground, like the height of the trellis, essentially?
Yes.
I do not. I'm just looking at our dispenser for reference. I would say about 15, 16 feet.
Okay. Notice in the slide labeled look and feel, you have Spanish Mediterranean references, but there's no images of another power station. Are there, and you were asked about Camarillo, but have you done anywhere power stations with a trellis like this? Is the one in Camarillo covered by a trellis?
It is not. And I just found out that Ojai does have the station open. Yeah, most of our sites are just the chargers in a parking lot, such as like a Walmart parking lot or the premium outlets, and a lot of those are not covered. We do have a few of these, as I said, the solar canopy structures, but they're a lot more modern, and so we did not feel that this would align with the historic guideline.
And I'm noticing that all the images, or most of the images, have a statement pending structural review by Gensler. So I'm assuming that we can't really, until that structural review is completed, we can't be sure what the dimensions of the individual components of the trellis actually are. Because that would be pending structural review, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we're at very initial concept, just wanting to make sure we're headed in the right direction. And if there's any strong feedback, that's what we're looking for.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Hi.
All right.
Hi.
Commissioner
this is
Drury?
Mark Brungo. I don't know if you can you hear me? Hi, this is
Yes,
Mark
we can.
Brungo. I'm a partner at Gensler and working with Electrify America on this project. And I just wanted to clarify, currently the trellis height is, in response to your question, is shown currently at 13 feet to the bottom of the trellis. And to your point and the point that Lauren made, we are still early in concepts and looking for feedback before developing too much further. The details and exact thickness of the trellis is undetermined because we're not sure about the weight, which is also why we're looking at some of the composite materials because of the weight of the solid timber. So that would be developed in conjunction with your comments, but that's current height. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Are we in
additional
comments,
questions?
Mr. Chair?
We're still in questions, Commissioner Jordan.
Okay,
Did you have any
I don't
questions?
have any.
Okay. Other questions from other commissioners? I'll throw out a few. Okay, so the image we're looking at right now, what's that on the left that is like a ladder in wood going upwards? What are we looking at? Yeah, yeah. The which?
Left and right.
That's the edge of the trellis. Maybe
Oh,
Mark
I
can go
see.
into
Yeah,
more
it's
detail.
a vertical trellis that we're using to sort of terminate. You know, with the Spanish colonial, is a lot of that is around the layering of the materials and layering of the textures. So what we wanted to do was provide a vertical a line with the trellis that sits on the stucco finish and allows the bougainvillea to kind of grow up it, to soften it. And so it's to soften that amenity area and the streetscape and layer those different
Okay, I understand it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I just
And
wasn't.
again, very conceptual. The design of it, the look of it, the thickness of it is all up for detailing, for development.
Okay, great. And then, okay, so then this is a fine image to stay on, maybe zoom out a little bit. So of these components of the chargers themselves, how color, how can the color, like the white of the charger and the green of the charger, how changeable are those or customizable are those colors of the actual charger?
We could talk about it if that's something that would be desirable.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
We do. This is our branding. So the green is for Electrify America. We do have a small light. The white, I mean, this has been agreed to. I would have to take it back to my company and tell them about it. But we really want this project to come through. But yeah, it was created with the branding, and I think we do already have some of the equipment ordered from the manufacturers. We don't actually make the chargers. They come from another company, and then we put our branding and the cladding on it that makes it unique. So yeah.
Okay, and then a follow-up as well, material-wise and color-wise. So the pavement that we're looking at, or the whatever the hardscape is that we're looking at, that's underneath the benches. I saw you had the material palette, and it looks like you have a clipping of our from the, maybe it's a ETV guidelines where it's the brickwork and showing the different patterns and that. How is that being integrated into this design? And what's the white? Yeah, so here the 4x4 decorative tile there, and the bricks laid in sort of a herringbone almost. So what? That's a brick pattern with a decorative tile inset. What are you thinking? So you're thinking this is a stone tile that's in this sort of pattern, or what's the design thinking on that?
Yes, that is an image from the guidelines that we used as an inspiration for the paving pattern under the amenity section. And we were, trying to create this balance of the really light and bright Spanish colonial and align it with the EA brand. So what we were thinking was a white stone paver or a light neutral stone paver with the decorative tiles inset in this range of blue to green, sort of like a glazed ceramic decorative tile that's used a lot throughout the Spanish style, in the blues and greens that align with the EA branding.
Gotcha. Okay. And then for the, I know you have the inspiration images for the trellis structure, and those are nice. Do you have any inspiration, or what was your inspiration for the white parapet box structure? That's sort of like a Pueblo revival or something. What was there certain inspirations you were looking at in Santa Barbara or outside of?
You mean on the sort of upper left area, the equipment enclosure? Yeah. It's really just the stucco finish, again, that kind of light, neutral, textural material, and really trying to just soften that, for lack of a better term, the box around that equipment, and trying to soften it and bring it into that, the appropriate Spanish colonial style. And we thought tied with that trellis, the wood trellis, again, that layering of the textures worked really well. But the configuration of it is set by the equipment that's in it. So that can be, adjusted somewhat on the height or the cap of it.
Gotcha. And then, do you have a landscape architect on this project? And if so, was there a landscape plan done to create this? Yeah.
No, not yet. And Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody has been engaged, but not yet. What we're trying to do is identify, along with the guidelines, the landscape buffers and what those requirements are, and understand the plantings that are appropriate for the area. And then once that's sort of set in the plan, have somebody come in to finalize the actual landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then one last question. It was to do with your street corner plan view that you had that showed Carrillo and Chapala. Just to confirm, the bottom left. So what are we looking at? Where it says Carrillo Street, Chapala Street and West Carrillo Street? Is that the actual street? And if so, is there a cross street, right? There's that little curve. It seems like this is like a corner lot curve that you have going on. But I want to make sure the graphic, I'm understanding it, or was it the sidewalk, or where it says Chapala Street and Carrillo Street, it is an actual street. Is that right?
That's the street.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This is the bus station
You're
site.
showing it curved. You're showing it curved.
This is the
but
bus station site.
That's where the Cornell project was going.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. But okay, so it's just a graphic thing, the graphic error that's curving this road.
Yes.
Correct. The curve on the
Okay,
bottom
that's
left
confusing.
of the screen
Okay.
is just a graphic error. It's
Okay,
just because
got it.
it's not direct, technically part of our site, so we.
Got it. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I have a question. So can we look at the aerial view again on the screen? Yes. So there's all your components are in place for this. It really is a service station. It's just you're serving electricity instead of gasoline. And all those things are in place. So that white square building, could that be moved to the corner of Chapala and Carrillo? I mean, can all these components be sort of moved around? That one particularly?
Yes. Are you talking about in the back where we've sort of hidden
that
the
building.
equipment?
Yes.
Yeah. So we don't want
could.
it to be a building, just to clarify. Yes. We just thought that corner would be best served to be activated for public use and not, boarded up, so that you could actually see into the rest of the site. But yes, we can definitely move the equipment there.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
All right, Vice Chair Howe.
if we could go back to that view from in the parking lot, looking at the cafe seating area and the charging units. Yeah, there you go. That green element in the charging units, is that internally illuminated?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you normally do for nighttime lighting in your installations?
So we have the lighting. It does glow a significant amount, but in our typical build in parking lots, we will install an individual light pole, you know, a typical, what you would see in a parking lot, like a 10-foot high.
Okay, pole lights.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think that's it for my questions.
Right. So any other questions before we go into comments? Commissioner Mahan.
I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to start off by saying that personally, I'm very excited about having an electric charging station in Santa Barbara. And I don't know if you know or not, but Santa Barbara is really the fountainhead of, or one of the fountainheads of the environmental movement that happened when our oil spill, started with our oil spill back in 1968 or 69, whenever it was. 69. And we're very environmentally conscious, and we think electric vehicles are the future. Part of what we need for sustainability. So I'm very positive about this project. Saying that, I don't think that you understand yet how El Pueblo Viejo works. Everything in El Pueblo Viejo has to be traditional. And so composite, and that means materials. Our materials have to be stucco, heavy timber, tile, etc. What you would find in Spanish, in Spain. And so composite materials, it does not work in the historic district. Heavy timber would work, and you could build this thing out of heavy timber. Maybe those verticals would be 12 by 12 redwood or whatever. So you've got to think about traditional materials. In terms of the pergola, I'm going to suggest three pergolas that you might look at that would be appropriate. There's one down on Cabrillo at the Cabrillo. What do we call that? The Cabrillo Center, the health center. The
bathhouse. Is that
what?
Cabrillo bathhouse. Is that
the Cabrillo Youth Center? Community Center. There's a pergola there. I believe that it's on stucco columns, and then heavy timber in the trellis. There's another pergola up at El Encanto that I believe is on brick columns, and a heavy timber trellis. And then there's off of the Libero Theater. There's a very, very beautiful pergola on the stucco columns, or they could also be on vertical wood columns, as you're showing here. There would never be any time that we would approve a diagonal column, as you're showing. That I don't think would ever be acceptable. The other thing is that pergolas, traditional pergolas have, besides the columns, they have three structural elements. They have the girders, which are the heavy beams that go from column to column. And then there are beams which go across the girders, and they're usually closer together. And then there's the trellis or the latios that are on top that keep the sun from coming in. So you need those three elements to make a traditional pergola, and you need to study that more. But I think this is you've got the right idea here, and I think you just need to work on the details. The stucco that in your sample looked good to me. I think your paving is interesting and could be okay. Whether or not the building, as Commissioner Drury suggested, comes up to the corner or not, that's an interesting idea, but it doesn't let the drivers that are driving in on Carrillo Street maybe know where the station is, and it kind of blocks the station. So that might not be the best idea. They're going to have to turn to the left on Chapala Street and get over in the right lane to get into this facility. So that's a little bit of a maneuver there that needs to be done. But I'm very positive about this proposal. I think you need to work on the details. You need to study Santa Barbara architecture more carefully. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair House?
Well, I'm going to take a slightly different perspective. I am entirely supportive of the concept and that this is a great idea to have. But I think this is a very unfortunate location for it. In Santa Barbara, as part of a development, we don't allow the parking lot to be front and center and advertise the parking aspect of a project, and that it's easy to park here, come to this location. So that's exactly what this is it's meant for the cars to be visible so you can go partake of this charging service. I understand that from a business sense, that's what you need, but I think it's a very unfortunate site to locate this. And there's so many other things that are not working for it. The charging units are so not a Santa Barbara appearance, and internally illuminated glowing green panels are not appropriate. The trellis as mentioned is not appropriate because the EPV guidelines don't allow plastic materials or simulated wood. It would need to be wood. And the whole design of it, as mentioned, needs restudy, so I won't go into the details of that. I'm concerned about the cafe seating area. In the absence of an actual business that has eyes on this scene, I am concerned that it's kind of a magnet for homeless, and you know, there needs to be somebody to service it regularly and keep it clean. I think that if it's not, then people are going to feel uncomfortable sitting there. There's a car wash not too far away, and it has a similar patio where people wait for their cars. But, you know, there's lots of eyes on it. So, you know, it's perceived as safe. So I just really have concerns about this whole concept at this location.
Okay, Commissioner Uli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very supportive. First of all, I don't have an electric vehicle. I suppose one day I'll be forced to get one because I can't buy gas anywhere because these locations will be everywhere. And so I'll get with the program eventually, I'm sure. But I am supportive. As stated by other commissioners, there are some issues with it, though. I like the pergola, but I also think it could be executed in steel. And the example we often point to is the cottage hospital pergolas and trellises are all nicely fabricated steel. And that would meet your maintenance, long-term maintenance concerns. And I think you could execute it in that material quite well. I think the Edison shrouding building is slightly overstated. I don't believe you have to continue the pattern of the trellis through the wall like it was a building from Taos or other locations. I think you can probably appropriately consider that a tall garden wall with a stone cap on it, or a stegosaurus detail on it, or clay tile pan up or down, and make it look like a garden wall. I'm not terribly concerned about the fluorescent green, especially if that's part of the corporate branding. I think other corporations have been allowed to use their corporate branding in EPV successfully. I see the challenge here is there's a lot of it. And so that may be a challenge. And if your corporate branding would allow you maybe to turn that green to a terracotta color, that might be a little more appropriate. I am concerned about the seating area for the same reasons that Commissioner House is. And since I deal with a lot of unsheltered population in my work, it is a challenge. So you definitely need to think about having eyes on it. It's unfortunate that from time to time we apply these rules inconsistently, because right across the street at the Ralphs, there is a very prominent parking lot right at the front door. And we often, as Vice Chair said, like to put that in the back. But you've got an example right across the street where there is a parking lot facing the street. So in general, I'm very supportive of the project. I think it's something that needs to occur. I think it's appropriate to have it right downtown or any other place where transit is busy. You're right next to, bus stations and other forms of transportation, not far from the freeway. This seems to be a great location. If you can iron out some of these wrinkles, I think you'll do quite well.
All right, Commissioner Lindvik, and then followed by Commissioner Jordan.
Yes, I agree with what Commissioner Uli said. I think that this open dining picnic area, whatever we call it, will be a disaster from the standpoint of people using it who only want to come and sleep there and cause problems and leave their trash. You've got to find a way to really control this if you're going to have that amenity for the people that are charging, because otherwise people are going to drive in to get a charge and see who's laying on the top of the table, and they're going to drive away. It will be a disaster for you. I think that with some architectural tricks, you probably could conceal at least one side of the charging element so that it is not so visible from the adjoining sidewalks or street. I mean, there's things you can do to maybe keep your corporate branding, but hide it in an architectural element in some way, shape, or form. The enclosure for your electrical equipment, I agree. We don't need the beam poking through. I think a blank wall with a nice cornice on the top in plaster would be very, very acceptable. And it would not have to be as high. It could be like a garden wall height, maybe 6 or 7 feet, and be fine. If Edison has got to get to the front of it, it's got to be controlled by way of fencing and gates. Otherwise, you'll have people sleeping in there and keeping warm by the transformer. So I don't have a problem with this being downtown. I don't have a problem with it being viewed as a parking lot. It may get a different kind of paving than asphalt. It may, a number of things may happen. The trellis structure in its form right now is not appropriate. A trellis structure there is appropriate, but what you've shown us is not Santa Barbara. It's not anything. So I would say put some heavy thinking on this. You may walk across the street and see what the Ralph's Market open common space is. And I don't know that there is, I don't recall if there's outside dining and seating there now at all.
There's outside seating with trellises, and it's actually, I'm sorry, I'm jumping in, but I just wanted to finish your comment on that, because and it does have some of the problems that you've outlined as well.
My firm designed it, so I haven't gone in there and bought Doritos in a long time, so I don't remember. But I think this is a good location, but I think you've got to really plan for how it's used and how it's perceived, by the public and by the design board you're dealing with here.
All right, Commissioner Jordan.
Yes, I would second many of the comments that my fellow commissioners have made. I do think that Santa Barbara needs this service, this electric charging stations. However, this design has a long way, a very long way to go. And I think it'll be a real challenge for you. It's an issue of how much effort you're willing to put in invest in learning from Santa Barbara architecture using the El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines. I would also say you need a landscape designer in the design phase early, not at the end to dress it up or cover it up, but early, because I think landscape elements could be an important part of the eventual solution you come up with. When you come up with that solution, I would hope it would be the kind of solution that Electrify company would brag about and promote because of the effort you put into it. I'm also very concerned about this as it becoming a magnet for homeless. So part of what you have to solve is that issue of how you make it an accommodating place for the people who are charging their cars, but don't turn it into a magnet for the homeless. And that's not a design challenge, that's a social challenge. I recognize that you're facing it since you're trying to design something here.
Mr. Chair.
I think we're getting a little bit of feedback. If everyone can mute who's not talking. Vice Chair House.
Just something else to toss into the mix since nobody else has mentioned it. Your seating and tables also need to be consistent with El Pueblo Viejo guidelines. And I can imagine those were conceived to be something that nobody's going to steal, but they need to have an appropriate Santa Barbara look as well.
And Mr. Chair, one more
Commissioner Jordan. Yep.
Is next time we see this, I hope we see something that gives us a very good idea about illumination, particularly at dusk and at nighttime, because I think that will be a critical issue also in terms of how it fits into El Pueblo Viejo. And neon is not going to do it.
Mr. Chair.
Yep. Commissioner House, Vice Chair House.
I would like to add to that we would like to see you get clever with how you integrate lighting. If you're going to have trellises, hopefully you can integrate the lighting into those and avoid having freestanding lighting poles and shoe boxes on top or anything like that.
Okay. Other additional comments? Following up with those other all those comments that have been said so far, and I think just one little note is that if you go to your inspiration images, maybe real fast, and then we'll wrap this up. But your inspiration images are great, are well chosen, and are great, are really reflect what we want and where we want you to go with it. And if you look at everything the various commissioners have been saying, Commissioner Mahan with the girders and beams and trellis or top lattice work, your inspiration images have it. So I think that you're in the right path of looking at the right things in terms of direction. Finding some of the examples that were mentioned, I think would be additionally very helpful. And maybe you go plaster columns or plaster something and then a wood trellis, or any number of other the ideas that have been mentioned. But I think getting good examples is a really good first start, and then taking those good examples and then turning them into your design is going to be critical because there's a lot of subtlety, everything from depth of wall to materials, all those things that go into all the Pueblo Viejo guidelines, and also all the great examples of historic architecture and even current architecture that are following it. So one other note I wanted to mention was the Ralph was a good example. It's interesting. I talked to one of the developers who was part of the team that originally developed Ralph, and he had the hardest time with the review process. And he said that when they were done, they had the best Ralphs that they've ever had. So even though the process is a little bit harsh, even from the other side, they learned a lot. He was saying how it was. They've implemented some of those things on future projects, but it really ends up with one of the most beautiful outcomes. So this is the beginning of the road, and I know that there's a lot thrown at you, but I'm very hopeful that you'll be able to take a lot of these things and integrate them in and end up with really an amazing design that you can maybe start helping the rest of California with as well. So, yes,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner Mahan, or was it Vice Chair House I heard first?
Speaking of Ralph's across the street, I think there's a very successful Spanish colonial revival pergola as a part of that patio area, and the applicants should go across the street and take a look at that.
That's exactly what I was going to say, and I just brought it up on Google Street View, and I'm looking at it right now, and it is a very handsome trellis. So that would be a perfect example. And to follow up on your comment about the Ralphs, I remember attending an HLC meeting maybe back in the 80s or something when a Long's drugstore was proposed for that site, and they came with parking in the entire corner fronting both streets, and were told in no uncertain terms, we don't allow that. And so that's why it has a parking garage underneath it, to get most of the parking out of view. And it's all lush landscaping and sandstone walls at the corners.
And the Christmas pine tree.
Exactly, the tree of
They kept
lights.
the Christmas pine tree.
City landmark.
It is a landmark.
All right, so with that, let me summarize the comments, and then we'll see if there's anything else, and we'll check with the applicant to make sure they understand it all, and then we'll go. So in general, all the commissioners were very positive about the project, about bringing electric charging stations to Santa Barbara. So in terms of the design, in general, the materials need to be natural, stucco, heavy timbers, etc., clay tile, stone. And so part of our EPV guidelines and natural materials. Some of the examples of the trellises to look at were the Cabrillo Community Center, El Encanto, the pergola El Encanto, as well as if you want to go the steel long-term route, Cottage Hospital recently did one in steel as well. So those were some examples to look at. General rules, no diagonal columns, and the sort of ladder designs on the ends aren't appropriate or for EPV. The use of girders, beams, and latillos on the top are typical and proper. In general, there's going to be at least a number of commissioners that are going to feel the glowing green of even understanding that's branding, but the glowing green and charging stations is going to be difficult to be acceptable, and looking at ways of screening it and or other adaptations is probably very good and important to look at early on. The cafe seating area, there is some concern with it, that size of area and that current design of the area, and the fact that it's not necessarily an activated space and might become a nuisance. The asphalt, I know this wasn't touched on too much, but the asphalt in general is not desirable, and we typically like and or require things like permeable pavers or other things, other sort of hardscapes for the driveways. Lighting is very important, and you need to get that working design with as minimal lighting, minimally visible lighting as possible. Hiding it in places like the trellis would be encouraged. Recommended to look at across the street with the Ralphs, the pergolas and areas, landscape areas, walls, etc. That was part of that project is recommended. The utility storage area is recommended to go simpler. The plaster wall layout could be like a garden wall look, capped with either roof tile, clay tile, or some other typical Santa Barbara EPV wall topping or capping. And in general, I think, and this was mentioned by a couple other commissioners as well, but I think it's going to be very important to get a good landscape architect that knows these guidelines well on board right away to help with all these things, because these are, for the most part, most of these things are related to or controlled by their drawings and their designs, or at least they have an input, and that's going to be very important to get this project moving through. Did I miss anything? Any comments?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan?
I think you didn't mention the general site lighting, which Commissioner House mentioned that the general site lighting will be very important and it has to be traditional.
Yeah, so, okay, so I mentioned lighting, but yeah, general site lighting and the station lighting and other activity lighting will need to be both traditional if it's viewable, if it's visible, it's traditional, or hidden if it's not, if it's some sort of a can or some sort of a landscape lighting. So, okay, any other comments to add?
One last comment I would make, since we currently are in the process of reviewing a very large solar installation at a certain parking structure, that we should consider solar on this. We should consider solar on every location. And so if the city's interest is to promote solar, then we should consider solar at this location and look at that while we're reviewing it.
And especially if there's a way of integrating it in a way that's not visually, visually problematic. So, and it might be over the utility area or over certain other areas that are less or pulled back more, or you hide it in trellises in clever ways or other things. But yeah, we're not point blank against solar as long as you can disguise it well. Okay, any other comments to add? All right. Okay, so the applicant are all those comments fairly clear? Any questions? Or need any more clarification?
Yes, two questions. One might just be a comment. You didn't mention the issue of, surveillance and preventing, the unhoused coming into the site. So we can definitely accommodate that. We're building another large site in San Francisco where there's a similar issue and concern, and we are having that staffed during the day. We can have security cameras. I think if there is a vending component, that's definitely something that we can do so that that amenity area with the seating and the whole site in general just has eyes on it. So I just wanted to note that.
That sounds good. Yes, that was definitely a concern. So I think that would definitely be a comment to be added, that we're concerned with both safety and also the problematic challenges of seating areas where any and everyone can sit there or lie down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my question was about the example with the steel. Is it a steel pergola?
Yeah.
So is that? Well, is it also within the same? Sorry.
It's not within El Pueblo Viejo, but it's a very traditional Mediterranean-looking building.
I think the hospital is a landmark, so it qualifies for the district guidelines, but it's not in the district.
Cottage Hospital.
Clarify the new Cottage Hospital, yes.
Okay. We had not thought that a material like that could be used for a pergola, but since there's an example, we'll definitely look.
Yeah, they were able to do it in a traditional profile way. So they were able to pull it off, and you'll see when you look at their trellises, you'll see what we're talking about. It looks like almost like a wood, but in sizing and sort of elegant in an elegant way. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I should add to that, the trellis that's at the back side of the property along the driveway, it has a single row of posts with cantilever members that suggest it's made out of steel. So in saying that we might be amenable to a steel structure, it still needs to resemble traditional construction and have posts at each end of a span.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, and I think I'm assuming that you'll understand that comment in terms of one post instead of two posts for the support. So and I think it's more a matter of studying those good traditional examples that you see because you'll see those sizes will naturally change as they're spanning longer spans or doing different things. So it'll be good to just study those good examples, and then you can go from there. All right. Everything else, is that understood in terms of our comments and the applicant? Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
With that, back to the commission. Is there anyone that wants to make I guess it would be a motion for
No motion.
with
This time,
no,
no
this
motion.
is okay. Now I think you're right. Okay, so it's just those comments.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Hamilton, is there anything else we need on this?
Maybe he went home.
Okay. Yeah, seeing no Mr. Hamilton. All right, I think we're good.
We're here by ourselves now.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was so comments only. So that's it for this project. All right, thank you very much to the applicant, and we'll move on to item number 6. So that's the next one. This is the final project, and it's for project design approval. This is 2948 Serena Road, project design approval. This is a revised project description, the Spanish colonial style residence constructed in 1925. The designated structure of merit proposal for additions and alterations to the existing one-story, 1,000 square foot single unit residence with the 169 square foot detached accessory building and a one-car garage. Project includes 795 net square feet of additions to the rear of the residence. The existing garage is to remain. The project will address violations listed in ZIR by removing the rear deck and cover for a new replacement deck. The proposal total of 2,194 square feet of development at 71% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. And this is for project design approval, PDA. Received project design approval, PDA, on March 4th, 2020. However, a new PDA is requested due to significant revisions to the approved project. Project requires neighborhood preservation ordinance findings and structure of merit findings. Project was continued 2 weeks at June 23rd, 2021 HLC full commission meeting. All right, so it's here for project design approval. Mr. Hamilton, do you want to fill us in on this? And then we can go to the applicant.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, I'd just like to touch on the process here. So this is a revised project design approval request, and you will be making the findings that were shown on screen a second ago again. So I just wanted to let you know that this is basically handle it just like any other project design approval. I did want to confirm that the applicant is actually here, though. I have not, I confirmed that they would be here, but I do not see them. So I believe Carrie Topliff is the owner. I'm going to unmute you, Carrie Topliff. If you could just click your microphone button and confirm if the applicant, Mr. Thompson, is with you.
Yes, Carrie Topliff and Frank Thompson, the property owners.
Okay, great. Is Lawrence Thompson going to be joining the meeting? I thought he was going to be presenting.
We thought he was going to be presenting as well.
Okay. If you are, I don't see him. I've sent him an email and a call. So if you're comfortable presenting, then you may. Otherwise, if he's not here, I suggest postponing the item to a date down the road so that you can present.
Sure. Yeah, we'll try and present.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. I can't make you a panelist. I believe probably because you're just connected by phone. I'm not really sure, but if you want to go ahead and present the project, we have the plans and photos up, and we'll go forward.
Okay. So what you're...
All right. Well, you are a brave owner. We'll start off with that. But why don't we walk it through this way? Why don't we just go and you can see the screen? Do you have visual or no?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So why don't we do this? Why don't you just walk us through the set, explain what it is. We've already looked at this once, but now we're looking at a set that's been combined so that we can look at things side by side. And I think the goal was we want to look at what is existing and then what was proposed before and permitted, and what's being proposed now. And what we're going to be reviewing it as is as if it was for the most part, a new project design approval. So we have to make the same findings, but now we have a context of what was approved before, and how this might differ from how the design might differ from what was originally approved. So how does that sound for a plan?
That sounds like an appropriate thing for us to do. Now, what I'm seeing on my screen is just one piece of paper, and
yeah, so we'll page down. So, or Mr. Bolton will page down as you say. So this is like the page one. This is your site plan, shows the whole lot and shows the area where it's being worked. And I think to the left of it is where there's some other match to that site plan, but we'll probably understand it more as we go through.
Okay, so we haven't actually gotten to the side-by-side views yet. This is just
That's
kind
right.
of an overview
Right.
of what we've got going on. So
Yep.
as you know, it's a very small traditional 2-bedroom, 1-bath cottage. And we have kept the look of that from the street. So we still have the facade that we've always had, and that kind of diminutive look in the street, even though we have a 2-story house on either side of us. So one of the things that was part of the requirement when we first submitted many years ago was that we would need 2 garages, and that has changed. And so for matters of cost and a lot of things, we prefer to keep the 1-car garage that we have now. So that's changed since we submitted. And then we also had wanted to dig down so that we kept that very low footprint in the neighborhood and put basically a 2nd story underground. And that's the part that ended up being prohibitively expensive. So what we've tried to do now is just keep the essential footprint of the house as it is now, and just open up the kitchen towards the back, and then open up the bedroom a little bit towards the back as well, and then put an AUD underneath the back of the house.
Got it. Okay, so now we're looking at the different elevations side by side, with their all south elevation, and so we're looking at from the bottom left. It looks like up is bottom left was existing, and then was the south elevation as it was previously approved, with it sunken down like you were talking about, way underground. And then the top left is the southeast. It's called southeast in this one, but south elevation is the same elevation, but now you're showing the slightly higher massing. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And this is Frank Thompson. So the master bedroom is raised, I think, about 4 feet. So you have within the house, you have a couple of steps up. And the reason for that, it helped us not to dig as deeply into the ground to create a whole understory. So the understory, if you can imagine it on the addition, is about 5 feet higher than it would have been in the middle drawing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then do you want to walk us through the west elevation, which is the front? From the bottom, we have the existing west elevation, and then the next one up was the last approved, and then the new proposed is the one, the front shot showing.
Do you want to advance the slides? I still have a, what do I have here?
We're still seeing the south.
South still.
It's sorry. Actually, can you go back, Mr. Bolden? It's on the right-hand side of it. Same thing, but going up.
Oh,
the
I
right-hand
see.
side of that
Thank
sheet.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, okay, so the existing condition is the bottom, and then the previously approved is the middle one. Right, you can see similar in a lot of ways, but here you can see that the driveway has been, goes sharply downhill in this drawing. Also, there's a kind of a pop out for the dining
bay window.
Room. Yeah, the bay window is the dining room on the right. But otherwise, I mean, the massing is meant to be pretty much similar. And so the change now, especially with this view, right to the top, shows that, oh, what is it, about 5 feet, probably 4.5 or 5 feet to the gabled roof peak above the front gabled bedroom. Yeah. So that's a difference, but still not a full story. And actually, unless you were about 9 feet tall, it wouldn't look like this from across the street because you would be down a little bit lower. You probably wouldn't see it or barely see it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. You want to go to walk us through the next sheet?
Sure. Thanks. Carrie, you can do it. Okay. So this is the we have on the bottom, again, you've got the original house with a deck at the far left-hand side. And then the deck is the zoning violation, right, that needed to be removed and dealt with. So what we've got here in the middle drawings, the approved drawings, you can see the windows that service the complete underfloor. So in that case, we had to dig below the house about 8 feet, or at least over 8 feet, and go back. And then this is the accessory structure in the back in this drawing. So let's take a look at the current proposal. Yeah. Oh, there's the massing. So now you see how that portion of the building has been raised up, probably 5 feet over where it was previously. And now the understory windows are, more typical heights and work better for exiting. That is where the ADU is, in the understory.
Gotcha. And it's looking like as well, just because we're on here, it's a 7 foot 8 inch plate, or the wall height on that second floor, and you probably have a volume ceiling in there to make that go up. Is that right? Because then the previous one looked taller.
Yeah, and the gable, the architect chose a gable, partly to echo the gable elevation from the street view, but also I believe that the wall height, like you said, is 7 foot 8, not a full 8 feet. And then he picks up a little volume in the center of the gable, right? But also he was very careful to get the roof slope on the gable such that it did not shade our next door neighbor under the solar ordinance.
Gotcha. Okay, I see that. Okay. All right. Do you want to walk us through the ones on the right, the north elevation?
Sure. Thanks. Okay, so the north one here. Well, this is the existing condition again on the bottom. In the middle, we carried the kind of flat roof appearance forward, but in the current version, the house has to bump up a little bit, right, for the yeah, there we go, right there, for that gable, and to raise the master bedroom. So the master bedroom is on what is apparently the second floor here, and again the ADU's in the lower story. Most of the rest of the house stays the same, and the setbacks remain the same. It has a 7 foot setback, oddly enough, on the existing house, and it maintains a 6 foot setback on the new addition.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. You want to go to the next sheet and walk us through that?
Sure. This is the existing condition of the driveway. So if you're looking toward the mountains from Serena Street, you can see the driveway rises up a little bit, about 2 feet from the street. And then in our now approved, but the approval that we're moving away from would have had a very steep downhill. I think it was like 18% down to get the garage basically at the understory level. And that proved to be very expensive. And so we're going to leave this driveway elevation as it is here. Back to, you can almost see the existing garage back there. And we're going to keep the existing garage in the new proposal. Okay. So the impact to the neighbors would be even less.
Gotcha. Okay, you want to keep walking us through the Next images.
Or this is the front entry of the property. No. This is the front entry to the property with a cement plaster wall and a wood gate across it. I think it works well with the neighborhood. So, and all this would remain the same.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the next sheet there. That's a historic gate, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do better at finding historic materials. So, yeah. Anyway, so this actually the house came without a gate and had that arch to the side yard. So this is the side yard along the north side, and again, in the current plan, we'll be able to keep that tiled, tiled area, and also the planter, which is up against the fence with our next door neighbor. So really a much lower impact on the new proposal.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is the view back. So if you're in the backyard and you're looking to the front yard, this is again the north side setback. Now here you can see the illegal deck patio, which will be destroyed, and the ADU will be put in this area as an understory, and then the master bedroom will be above it, right to your left, right in there. So that those windows will be destroyed. That's a little, that was a permitted addition 1 year after the main house was built of what used to be called a sunroom on the plans, which kind of humorous because it's on the northeast side of the house. But anyway, yeah, so that
you can see it's very unattractive.
Yeah, it doesn't match the existing house very well. Okay, do the next one. What do we got here? Oh, this is a view from across the street. So actually the house is pretty much obscured by that jacaranda tree, which is happy and healthy. It's about 25 years old. It's really in its prime. And that will remain. We're not doing anything with that.
Mm-hmm.
We can go to the next one. Oh, these are.
All right.
I think we're okay. If you're ready for
Okay.
questions, we'll try some answers.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Well, you did a good job for your first presentation. We'll roll into public comment, and then we'll come back to you for questions, and then we'll go into the discussion and comments. All
Thank
right.
you.
So at this time, anyone member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Unless you're the architect, and we'll let you talk a lot more.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are attending by webinar, well, actually, we don't have any attendees by webinar other than the presenters. And I'll just confirm with Ms. Tarnowska if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and commissioners, no written correspondence was received. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Still no other attendees by webinar raising their hands. So back to the commission for questions.
All right. Commissioners, questions
Mr.
for
Chair.
the owner applicant. We'll
Mr.
go
Chair.
with Vice Chair House and then Commissioner Mayhem.
Okay, actually, this is the right page to look at. On the southeast elevation, in that thing that's kind of in the middle of the second story addition, it's labeled view deck. And I can't see anywhere on the floor plans that there's any access to that. So could you please explain that?
Right. There actually, that's an access just for any equipment on the roof. I guess he thought it was fun to call it a view deck, but it's kind of got a hatch, a pull down stair in the ceiling of the hallway. So the hallway that serves the master bedroom has plenty of room for a pull down stair. And then you have to have a hatch. Of course, you have the ceiling and then you have the roof. But there's a hatch in there so that you can get to the roof for service.
And I don't believe there's a roof plan that shows the size of that. So do you have any idea about how big that is? Is it, well, it doesn't go all the way to the other side of the building. So
Not at all. Yeah, it's just about 60 inches wide, and I think it's 96 inches long. So it really has to do with the opening, the sides of the opening for the pull down stair.
Right. do you anticipate having some kind of equipment up there?
Solar PV. We just didn't show it here.
Okay. All right.
But
Okay.
no mechanical equipment up there. No.
Okay.
All right. Other questions? Go
Sure,
Commissioner Mahan.
I guess a
I
follow-up.
just wanted to comment that I wasn't at the meeting 2 weeks ago, but I have reviewed this project on video. I wanted to
Okay,
announce
thank
that.
you, Commissioner Mahan.
So, Mr. Chair,
All right, Vice Chair House.
a follow-on to what I was saying is, did you consider putting the solar panels on the roof plane instead of having that parapet?
I think that the panels are going to be flat mounted so that we don't anticipate they'll be on the sloped roof, if that's what you're asking me. I mean, the other alternative would just to be put a ladder up from the outside of the house, but you know, it's not as safe. I'd much rather have a hatch and a pull down stair.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Uli.
I don't have an immediate question, but have an accolade. Alloyd. It's not pronounced correctly, but you know what I mean. I appreciate the applicant going through the effort of pasting together the existing condition, the permitted condition, and their proposed condition. I think is going to help us understand what's going on in a much more clearer way. So I appreciate that. And it's also nice to hear Ms. Topfield's voice after so many years. So good job, Carrie.
Thank you, Robert.
All right. Questions? Questions? The applicant?
All right.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
I have a real question now. In terms of the solar, did you consider mounting the solar on the roof of the existing house since it's flat? Too many interruptions, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, we have that. But the other thing we've got is that there's a solar pool heat. The solar pool heating is on the flat area of the roof now. So, you know, it's kind of a trade-off between the two. There is a possibility of putting the solar panels on top of the existing garage, but the area is not very large. It's only 12 feet wide and 21 feet long. So, yeah, I'd prefer to put them up there. We have some new area over the kitchen that's going to be a flat roof area, and it could be that that's big enough to. I think we need 5 panels. That's our estimate right now for the house.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, solar panels need access to the sun, so you can't put them where the access is compromised. It seems to me, though, that quote view deck unquote, which is really isn't a view deck, doesn't seem big enough for 5 panels.
Oh no. That's just the access. That's where the roof hatch goes. So I mean, otherwise this could look like a skylight, but we thought a skylight was kind of ugly, and this looked better.
So I must have misunderstood. Where are the panels actually going? The new panels that you're going to mount on the roof, where do they go?
Over the expanded kitchen. So the kitchen dining area, I think there's enough room to put 5 panels there, and they would be flat mounted.
I see that. This is the view that we're seeing right now, right?
Yeah, and so this would be slightly to the left of that box. What happened?
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Right.
so this would be to the left. You can see there's, it's not quite crenellated, but right there on the corner of the building, right behind there. And then, you know, they're mounted about 9 or 10 inches above the surface of the roof.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll continue asking questions as long as I have them, I suppose. So the hatch is to this little box that's on over the master.
Right.
You climb up into that hatch, and then you climb over the wall down to the roof where the kitchen is.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's about 48 inches. There's actually a dimension on there. I can't read it.
And there's no room within the single-story structure to get the hatch, so you can just climb out on the roof directly and not have to take this kind of circuitous mouse route,
Yeah.
go up and down and around and back down again.
Well, you'd have to move it to the left about 15 or so feet. And then it would just, it could either be the same type of structure, it could be a skylight. I don't think that structure needs to be quite that tall. We did talk about disguising it as a chimney, but it was silly. It didn't work.
Yeah, you can see that we're kind of struggling the reason
Yeah.
for that element.
Right.
It's a chimney for a cremation center.
Maybe not.
For viewing.
Yes, for viewing.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Lenvik, do you have any questions?
Well, I can I can follow up or counter Mr. Uli's questions. I mean, do we really care if he goes a roundabout way to get to a solar panels? No. And in this southeast elevation, that plaster thing he's created there kind of breaks up the eave line. So I don't really care. He may come back to us during construction and say he wants to change it, but I don't really think it's a big deal right now. I personally, if I can make a comment.
All right. Well, unless there's any other questions, you can jump into comments. Any other questions before we go into comments? Okay, let's go into comments. Commissioner Lenvik.
Yeah, I think that the architect has resolved a lot of problems with this revised design, and I think it's very acceptable. I don't know that I need to get involved. I mean, it's here for PDA. I don't know that we need to get really wrapped up in a lot of the details that we are looking at because they're preliminary. His beam ends look good. His so on and so forth. Everything looks fine to me, and I have no problem with the architecture as such. This is an existing structure of merit, so we may have to make some findings to go from the original to what we see here, but I think we can probably do that. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I was muted. Commissioner Mahan and then Commissioner Uli.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree with the word acceptable. This is acceptable, and I don't think we should, we don't have to. This is acceptable. We should move it on.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
I would generally agree with that, but adding the comment that the second floor master element rake and eave should match the existing rake and eave because they seem a little bold to me. And if they matched, I think it would be a little more acceptable.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House and then Commissioner Jordan.
Well, I hate to be the bad cop here, but I am not finding a lot of things acceptable. But I would say, first of all, that I certainly understand the rationale for the changes that you've made because what was previously approved was a hugely expensive undertaking. So, and I also had concerns about the appearance of that new second story gable end rising above the front elevation of the house. But fortunately, and I apologize, I never made it up to the site to see for myself, but fortunately that picture from across the street makes it pretty clear that there's a house to the left and a house to the right that are quite a lot taller than this, even with the second story. So I am okay with that, but I agree with Commissioner Uli that the eave and rate details on the addition need to match, because otherwise it just kind of accentuates the imposition, the visual imposition, and then it also necessitates those outriggers to support the barge rafters. So it just gets a lot simpler and cleaner. As far as the parapet that was added to accommodate the hatch, I would just really suggest you restudy that, because you're inviting major problems with leaks from having a hatch in that enclosed area that's got to have a roof drain and an overflow. So if there's another solution, I would look for it. But also, I think if it's only for access to equipment and maintenance, it's not required to have a 42-inch guardrail. So you might be able to get the height of that down quite a bit, and it would be a lot less of an imposition. And it's not being shown on the front elevation, and I would really be concerned about what that looks like. The other two things that were concerns of mine are in this elevation in the middle, that projection. And this is something we commented on leading the previous EDA, is that cantilever is out like 4 feet from the main building. And what's being shown as the outriggers underneath it just are not credible for that cantilever. And typically they would be deeper and maybe the end ones wider with corbels underneath them. I think that could be more traditionally expressed. And likewise for the deck on the right of this elevation, that's a mighty long cantilever, and maybe posts are too far down to grade, but some beefier beams on either end, maybe with a knee brace or something. A traditional detail would be a nice improvement. So those would be my comments.
Sorry, Vice Chair House, for that last comment, were you talking about the balcony off the master?
The second floor balcony, correct?
Yes, got it. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm just writing this down. All right. Other comments? What was that? Commissioner Jordan, were you up next?
I just want to say, we looked at this 2 weeks ago, and my comment is I appreciate the effort that was put into the reorganization of the information that's presented to us with this series of as built, as approved, as now requested. It has made it for a better discussion, but clarifying for us what was going on with this project. So I just want to comment and to thank the applicants for the effort they put in to providing a better organization for the information visually.
Okay. Any additional comments? Okay. So I'll summarize. In general, the commission feels that the architect has resolved with the latest design well, I guess we'll start with thanking the architect and owners for reorganizing the presentation so it's much more understandable. This has been very helpful for review. Second comment is that now that we're understanding how things have evolved and developed, it looks as though the architect has resolved much of the design and issues, and in general it is an acceptable design. There are a few areas that continue that need more study and perhaps better resolution. And so they are especially the parapet hatch access, so-called view deck from the southeast elevation. It looks too large and awkward, and we'd like more additional studies to try to come up with a different solution. The supports of the bay window off the kitchen on the southeast elevation, the corbel supports, they are too small and need additional sizing and study, as well as the master bedroom balcony off the back needs to have some supports for the cantilevered joists, visual and or structural supports, so that whether it's a knee brace or some other solution, needs some need some supports for that distance of cantilever. And then the gables on either end of the new two-story addition should match the gables on the gable at the front of the house, the entrance gable, in their depth off the wall, so their depth of overhang.
And the eave.
And the eave, yeah. And let's see, any other comments? This is for project design approval, so we still need to make the findings. So is there anyone, seeming like that things are pretty supportive, all the comments have been pretty supportive. Is there someone that wants to make a motion to that effect? Not all at once.
I just don't want to read all those findings.
Does anyone want to take a shot at it?
It's Commissioner
I
Jordan.
will. I will.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Lemon.
I move that we give the project design approval with the comments made, summarized by the chair, as well as requesting that the architect listen to the tapes and video to make sure that he fully understands what our comments are, and that we're able to make the neighborhood preservation findings that the project as proposed is consistent with the character of the city neighborhood. Two, that the project is compatible in size, bulk, and scale with the surrounding neighborhood. Three, that the proposed remodel and additions are designed with architectural details that are appropriate to the project, and that the materials and colors are consistent with what is existing. Slide 2. We have been informed that there are no significant landscape elements being removed. The public health, safety, and welfare are appropriately protected by way of the design. That the project complies with good neighborhood guidelines regarding privacy, landscaping, noise, and solar access, and that no public views are disturbed by this project.
Second the motion.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Lenvick, a second by Commissioner Mahan. Yes, and now we know why no one else volunteered.
I think there's one more.
Right.
I think there's one more finding you have to make.
Yes.
Right, we're a structure of merit.
Aids its preservation.
The alterations to the structure of merit are being made to its original appearance in order to substantially aid its preservation and enhancement as a historic resource.
All right, and the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
All right. Under discussion, we got a motion. Any under discussion? Any final discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Dooley.
would the matter return to consent to confirm that the comments have been integrated, or how does the project get ready? Does staff do it? How's that happen?
Well, I assume the project will come back to us for final approval. And at that time, we will decide whether or not he has finished his drawings in a manner which is consistent with the approval we give today.
Unless you want to stipulate in your motion that it returns to consent for final approval.
I'm okay. I'm okay if it goes to consent.
I am too.
I would say that this approval is granted with the understanding that as long as there are no major changes to the final drawings, that consent can review and take action.
All right. Does the seconder of that motion okay with that?
Second, yes.
All right. So under discussion, any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Vice Chair House.
Aye.
Commissioner Jordan.
Aye.
Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Aye.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. And this is appealable in the next 10 days to City Council. And now that, I think that's it. Is that right, Mr. Hamilton?
That is true, and I just want to thank you all for your time this afternoon. I know it was a long meeting. We'll try to make the next agenda shorter, but thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
thank
Mr.
you for that beer and pizza at the break. That was awesome.
I know you want pizza.
Just what it is.
All right, just kidding. I'll be on pizza. All right. Have a great evening. Bye. Meeting is adjourned.